Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Haunted Ferry. The ferry horn blared, a mournful bellow swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Rain lashed down, blurring the already indistinct shoreline into a smudged watercolor of grays and blacks. The air hung heavy with the scent of salt and something else, something acrid and unsettling, like decaying seaweed and burnt metal. A low hum vibrated through the ferry's hull, a constant, unsettling thrum that resonated in the passengers' bones. Even before the engine sputtered to life, a palpable sense of unease had settled over the vessel, a silent agreement between the passengers that something was amiss. I watched them from the deck, huddled in their coats, faces illuminated by the weak glow of the ferry's interior lights. Their expressions were a mixture of apprehension and forced nonchalance, a careful mask worn over the primal fear that prickled the air. They were a diverse group: tourists, locals returning home late, a few shadowy figures whose presence whispered of illicit activities and clandestine dealings. Each passenger seemed to carry their own burden of anxiety, their own private terrors amplified by the storm and the isolating expanse of the sea. The ferry, the sea serpent, was older than it looked, its paint chipped and faded, its wooden planks groaning under the strain of the turbulent waters. There was a certain weariness to it, a haunted quality that seemed to seep from its very timbers. I had heard whispers of it before, tales told in hushed tones in seaside pubs, stories of disappearances, of unexplained accidents, of passengers who disembarked changed, forever marked by the nocturnal crossing. The rhythmic chug of the engine, punctuated by the slap of waves against the hull, was hypnotic. It lulled the passengers into a false sense of security, a deceptive lullaby masking the underlying menace. But I saw it in their eyes, the subtle flinches, the furtive glances, the nervous fidgeting. They were all aware, on some subconscious level, that they were not alone. As the ferry moved further from the shore, the lights of the town winked out, swallowed by the storm. The world was reduced to the ferry and the raging sea, an unforgiving landscape of wind and water. The sky was a bruised purple, streaked with angry streaks of lightning that illuminated the raging waves for fleeting moments, revealing their menacing crests. Each flash revealed something more unsettling, the distorted reflections of the ferry in the waves, the way the water seemed to writhe and bubble, as if something stirred beneath the surface. Inside the ferry's cabin, the atmosphere was suffocating. The air was thick with the scent of stale coffee and unwashed bodies. Passengers huddled together, their conversations hushed, punctuated by nervous coughs and anxious sighs. A lone musician strummed a melancholic tune on a battered guitar, his music a mournful dirge that seemed to echo the anxieties of the passengers. His melody was a tapestry of minor chords, each note a whisper of impending doom. The silence between songs was worse, filled with an unsettling quietude, punctuated only by the creaks and groans of the old vessel and the relentless drumming of the rain against the windows. It was a silence that invited the whispers, the unseen things that seemed to skulk in the corners, lurking in the shadows, their presence felt more than seen. A chill deeper than the storm permeated the cabin, a cold that settled in your bones and clung to your skin. Then the whispers started. Faint at first, barely audible above the storm's fury, like the rustle of unseen wings or the sigh of the wind. They were disjointed phrases, snatches of conversations, fragments of half-remembered dreams. They spoke of betrayal and loss, of regret and despair, of ancient curses and dark bargains struck in the heart of the storm. The voices seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a chorus of the damned, their spectral voices carried on the wind. I saw a woman near the back, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide with terror. She was staring into the void, her lips moving silently, as if she were trying to speak but couldn't find the words. Her body trembled uncontrollably, a silent testament to the fear that had taken hold of her. Others noticed her, their glances filled with a mixture of pity and fear. The storm intensified. Waves crashed over the deck, sending icy spray into the cabin. The ferry bucked and swayed, its movements erratic and uncontrolled. Panic began to rise among the passengers. The music stopped. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, forming into discernible words now, a chorus of tormented souls. They spoke of the ferry's dark history, of the souls lost at sea, of the pact made with the storm itself. The lights flickered, threatening to plunge the cabin into darkness. Screams pierced the air, followed by a series of loud bangs as something heavy crashed against the hull. The ferry groaned under the strain, its timbers protesting against the relentless onslaught of the waves. A sense of impending doom permeated the cabin, a suffocating weight that pressed down on the passengers, robbing them of their breath. Then, through a momentary break in the storm, I saw it. A shape in the waves, just beyond the ferry's bow. It was colossal, serpentine, its scales shimmering with an unnatural luminescence. Its eyes were enormous, luminous orbs that stared directly at the ferry, their gaze cold and malevolent. It was the thing from the abyss, risen from the depths, come to collect its due. The ferry shuddered, a convulsive gasp. Then silence. An absolute, deafening silence that was far more terrifying than the storm's fury. The silence of oblivion. The only sound was the steady rhythm of the waves, a relentless percussion accompanying the final, chilling curtain call of the sea serpent's nocturnal crossing. The storm raged on, but the ferry was gone, swallowed by the sea, its passengers lost to the depths, consumed by the monstrous entity that had risen from the abyss. The whispers continued, a chilling echo in the storm's fury, a haunting reminder of the terror that lurked beneath the waves, and the unforgiving embrace of the night. The sea, it seemed, had claimed another vessel, another offering to its insatiable hunger. And somewhere, far below, the monstrous form continued its unending hunt. The lighthouse's light, a distant, unwavering beacon, seemed to mock the helplessness of those lost to the depths, a stark reminder of the abyss's endless reign of terror. The initial whispers, faint as the breath of a phantom, morphed into something more tangible. No longer mere rustles and sighs, they coalesced into disembodied voices, murmuring fragments of forgotten conversations, echoing the anxieties of the living passengers. One woman, her face ashen, began to scream, not a shriek of terror, but a low, guttural wail that seemed to claw at the very fabric of the air. She spoke of a spectral figure, a woman in a flowing white dress, perpetually draped in mist, who stood at the edge of the ferry, her gaze fixed on the churning sea. This sighting, fleeting as a dream, ignited a wildfire of fear among the passengers. One by one, they began to report similar visions, translucent figures flickering at the periphery of their vision, shadowy forms gliding through the aisles of the cabin. Fleeting glimpses of faces pressed against the grimy windows, eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. The faces were never clear, just hints of sorrow, of unspeakable pain, of a profound and lingering despair. Their expressions were so overwhelmingly sorrowful, so deeply etched with the misery of unfulfilled lives, that even the most hardened members of the crew felt a shiver run down their spines. It was a visceral fear, a primal response to something beyond human comprehension. The air itself seemed to crackle with unseen energy. The low hum that had permeated the ferry's hull intensified, becoming a throbbing pulse that resonated in the teeth and resonated in the very marrow of the bones. The rhythmic chugging of the engine, once a hypnotic lullaby, now felt like a frantic heartbeat, a desperate attempt to fight against the encroaching darkness. The ferry lurched violently, groaning under the strain, as if battling an unseen force far more powerful than the relentless waves. Amidst this growing chaos, another passenger, a grizzled old sailor with eyes that had seen too much, claimed to have seen a spectral ship sailing alongside the sea serpent. He described a ghostly vessel, its sails billowing with ethereal mist, its masts reaching into the storm-ravaged sky, its hull shimmering with an unearthly glow. The ghostly ship was silent, yet its presence was overwhelming, a palpable weight that seemed to press down on the sea serpent, dragging it towards the abyss. He spoke of a spectral captain at its helm, his face obscured by shadow, but his eyes burning with an icy, unforgiving light. He spoke of a crew made of phantoms, their movements fluid and unnatural, their forms drifting in and out of reality. His words were met with a mixture of disbelief and terror as the other passengers began to question the reality around them. Were they still afloat? Or were they adrift in a sea of spectral horrors? The spectral sightings were no longer confined to isolated incidents. They were becoming a collective hallucination, a shared descent into a nightmarish realm. Groups of passengers huddled together, whispering their experiences, their voices rising to a crescendo of terror. The once vibrant colors of their clothing, of their belongings, seemed to lose their saturation, their hues fading, blending with the gray shadows that encroached upon them, swallowing their individuality in a vortex of fear. The constant rain beat against the ferry's windows, the relentless drumming a frantic accompaniment to the symphony of fear. Each drop was a tiny hammer striking against the fragile barrier between reality and the spectral realm, gradually eroding the line between what was real and what was not. Through the rain-streaked windows, more phantoms appeared, spectral faces pressed close against the glass, their eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. Their images distorted and blurred, yet still palpable enough to haunt the terrified passengers. The line between the real world and the spectral one was becoming increasingly indistinct, their world bleeding into a horrifying, phantasmagoric landscape where fear was the only reality. Children started to weep, their cries echoing through the cabin, blending with the now deafening symphony of fear. Their small hands clasped tightly to their parents' hands, their innocence eroded by the palpable dread that enveloped them. Even the strongest among the passengers began to succumb to the terror, their bodies trembling, their minds strained to the breaking point. The relentless assault on their senses, the storm's fury, the ghostly apparitions, the spectral whispers, pushed them to the brink of madness. The collective fear was a living entity, a palpable force that seeped into the very fabric of the ferry, transforming it into a floating vessel of dread. As the ferry continued its relentless journey through the heart of the storm, a palpable silence replaced the screams and wails. This silence, however, was far more terrifying than any sound. It was a suffocating blanket of dread, a chilling testament to the utter dominance of fear. Each passenger became a solitary island of terror, surrounded by a sea of spectral horrors, separated by their individual fears yet bound by their shared experience. The shared trauma created an unspoken bond, the silent recognition that they were all passengers on a voyage to oblivion. The ferry had become a coffin afloat, a moving mausoleum carrying the living towards a spectral afterlife. The spectral visions intensified. The ghostly figures were no longer mere glimpses at the periphery, they were now present, walking among the passengers, their ethereal forms brushing against them, their icy breaths raising goosebumps on their skin. One of the crew members, a young woman with a haunted look in her eyes, stumbled, her body consumed by a luminous mist, her screams swallowed by the storm. She simply vanished, leaving only a lingering scent of salt and something else, something akin to the decaying seaweed and burnt metal that had pervaded the air from the outset. This was more than just fear now. It was the absolute knowledge that they were not merely on a troubled journey, they were in a world irrevocably teetering on the brink of oblivion. The ferry, once a vessel of passage, had become a spectral battleground, a stage where the boundary between life and death dissolved under the unrelenting assault of the storm and the phantasmic horrors unleashed within. The line between reality and hallucination blurred completely, fear itself became the only tangible reality. And in that terrifying reality, there was no escape. The sea, their intended destination, had become a grim promise of eternal oblivion. The storm, a natural force of immense power, was now a grotesque instrument playing a symphony of terror. The rhythmic chugging of the engine, once a comforting drone, now felt like a mocking heartbeat, a frantic pulse against the encroaching silence. The storm, which had been a relentless battering ram against the ferry's hull, had abruptly stilled. The wind, moments before a howling banshee, now whispered secrets in the rigging, secrets laced with icy dread. The rain, which had hammered against the windows with ferocious intensity, ceased altogether, leaving behind an oppressive stillness, a suffocating blanket of unnatural calm. The air, thick with the stench of salt and decay, seemed to hold its breath, awaiting something terrible. This sudden cessation of the storm's fury was far more unsettling than its ferocity. It was as if the storm itself had been a manifestation of the unseen forces at play, a chaotic prelude to something far more sinister, far more insidious. A chilling premonition settled over the passengers, heavier than the oppressive atmosphere, thicker than the stagnant air. It was the premonition of an unseen predator, lurking just beyond the veil of reality, its presence felt, but not seen. Then, the lights flickered. Not the gradual dimming of failing power, but a rapid, erratic pulse, like a dying heart struggling for one last beat. The ferry lurched violently, a jarring shudder that sent passengers sprawling, their screams swallowed by the sudden, suffocating silence. The floor beneath their feet vibrated, a low, guttural groan that resonated deep within their bones, a testament to the unseen forces straining against the vessel's hull. The compass spun wildly, its needle flailing like a frantic insect, its magnetic north lost in a sea of spectral energy. The radio crackled with static, a cacophony of white noise that drowned out any attempt at communication, cutting them off from the outside world, leaving them adrift in a sea of fear, utterly alone. It was not simply a mechanical malfunction, it felt like a deliberate severance, a deliberate severing of their connection to reality. Amidst the chaos, whispers started anew, but these whispers were different. They were not the mournful cries of the spectral figures, but chillingly clear, distinctly audible pronouncements. They were words spoken not by the dead, but by something far more ancient, far more malevolent. Words that slithered into the minds of the passengers, insidious suggestions that gnawed at the edges of sanity. Words of despair, of hopelessness, of inevitable doom. The words were barely perceptible, yet they held an unnerving power, a hypnotic force that twisted their thoughts, planting seeds of doubt, of self-destruction. Some passengers began to mutter the words aloud, their voices echoing in the unsettling silence, their eyes glazed over, their expressions devoid of life. They were no longer passengers on a haunted ferry, they had become puppets, their strings pulled by unseen forces, their wills subjugated, their minds enslaved. The temperature plummeted. An unnatural chill, colder than the icy grip of the sea, permeated the air, sinking into their very souls. It wasn't simply cold, it was a visceral chill that numbed their minds, freezing their thoughts, stealing their warmth, leaving behind only a hollow emptiness. Their breath plumed white in the frigid air, each exhalation a visible testament to the encroaching darkness. The shadows deepened. The corners of the ferry, already shrouded in an unsettling gloom, now felt utterly black, bottomless pits of nothingness. The shadows seemed to writhe and shift, taking on grotesque forms, lurking just beyond the edges of vision, their presence felt as heavy and suffocating as a physical weight. It was as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling, the threads of existence fraying at the edges, the seams of reality giving way to a nightmare. Then, the floorboards began to creak. Not the familiar sounds of an aging vessel settling under the weight of the waves, but a deliberate groaning, a deep, guttural moan that reverberated through the ship's structure. The sound seemed to emanate from deep within the ferry's hull, from a place beyond human comprehension, from a realm where reality itself bent to the will of unseen forces. It was the groaning of something vast and ancient, something far beyond human understanding, something impossibly large and impossibly old. The air grew thick with an unnatural presence, a suffocating weight that pressed down on the passengers, crushing the breath from their lungs. It was a palpable sense of dread, a chilling awareness of something malevolent, something ancient, something utterly beyond comprehension lurking just beyond the veil of reality. It was the unsettling presence of something that defied the laws of nature, something that bent reality to its will. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the oppressive silence. It was a sound devoid of human emotion, a raw, primal scream of pure, unadulterated terror. The scream echoed through the ferry, bouncing off the walls, magnifying the terror, until it became a chilling symphony of fear. It was the kind of scream that burrowed into the deepest recesses of the mind, leaving behind a gaping hole of terror. It was the sound of a soul ripped asunder. The source of the scream remained hidden, lost within the labyrinthine passages of the ferry, swallowed by the oppressive shadows. The silence that followed was even more terrifying, an unnerving calm that hung heavy in the air, broken only by the rhythmic groaning of the ferry's hull and the increasingly frantic beating of the passengers' hearts. The scream had served only to deepen the ever-present sense of dread, turning their apprehension into paralyzing fear. One by one, the lights blinked out, plunging the ferry into an absolute darkness thicker than any night. The darkness was not simply the absence of light, it was an active force, a palpable entity that pressed against their eyes, invading their minds, corrupting their thoughts. It was a darkness that fed on fear, that thrived on terror, a darkness that promised oblivion. In this darkness, the unseen forces held absolute sway, manipulating the reality around them. Panic erupted. The passengers, their senses overwhelmed by the sudden descent into absolute darkness, their minds riddled with doubt and terror, scrambled around, their footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence, their desperate cries for help lost in the maelstrom of fear. They were blind, lost in a terrifying maze of echoing corridors, trapped in a nightmare from which there was no escape. The ferry had become a prison, a floating tomb, a vessel sailing into oblivion. The unseen forces held their lives in their spectral grasp, their fate sealed. The ferry continued its relentless journey through the inky blackness, its groaning hull a chilling testament to the unseen forces that held it captive. The passengers, now mere shadows themselves, were adrift in a sea of spectral horrors, trapped in a nightmare where the line between reality and hallucination had long since blurred. There was no escape. Only the abyss awaited. The unseen forces, having played their game, now waited patiently for the final act. The haunted ferry, a vessel of dread, continued its silent journey toward a spectral oblivion. The sea, once a destination, had become a chilling promise, a guarantee of eternal darkness. The oppressive silence, broken only by the rhythmic groaning of the ferry's hull, was suddenly shattered by a rasping, guttural sound emanating from the bowels of the ship. It was a sound that defied description, a blend of tortured metal and something far more sinister, something organic and undeniably ancient. The sound seemed to burrow into the very fabric of the ferry, vibrating through the floorboards, up through the chairs, and into the very bones of the terrified passengers. It was the sound of something awakening. Then, a low moan, like the collective sigh of 1,000 tormented souls, echoed through the darkness. It was a sound that chilled the very marrow, a sound that spoke of unimaginable pain and suffering, a sound that hinted at unspeakable horrors. The moan seemed to seep into the minds of the passengers, twisting their thoughts, planting seeds of fear and despair. It was a sound that stole the breath from their lungs, leaving them gasping for air in the suffocating darkness. A figure, shrouded in shadow, materialized at the edge of the flickering light from a single, dying lantern. It was a gaunt silhouette, its form shifting and wavering, its features obscured by the darkness. The figure held something in its hand, an old, leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed and brittle with age. The journal seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light, its leather cover faintly shimmering in the gloom. A tremor ran through the ship. The groaning intensified, the low moan escalating into a cacophony of tortured cries. The lantern sputtered and died, plunging the already dark space into complete, absolute darkness. The only light now came from the spectral glow emanating from the journal. Suddenly, a voice, raspy and ancient, broke the silence. It was a voice that seemed to come not from the figure, but from the very heart of the ferry itself, a voice that resonated through the ship's structure, vibrating through the very bones of the terrified passengers. The Acheron, the voice rasped, each syllable heavy with the weight of centuries of suffering, carries more than passengers, it carries its history. The voice was followed by a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from every corner of the ferry, a sound that bespoke unspeakable horrors. The floor beneath the passengers' feet vibrated with an unnatural tremor, a pulsating rhythm that matched the increasingly frantic pounding of their hearts. The figure, still shrouded in shadow, began to read from the journal, its voice echoing through the darkness, weaving a tale of unspeakable horror. It spoke of a ferry that had been cursed, a vessel that had sailed the seas for centuries, carrying the souls of the damned to their eternal resting place. It spoke of rituals performed on the decks under blood-red moons, of sacrifices made to appease ancient, malevolent entities. The journal told of a long-forgotten sea battle, a storm of such ferocity it was said to have been conjured by the angered gods. The Acheron, caught in the maelstrom, was said to have disappeared beneath the waves, only to mysteriously reappear weeks later, its decks stained with blood, its crew gone mad, their eyes hollow, their minds vacant. The voice recounted the tales of tormented souls trapped within the ship's timbers, their cries echoing through the hull for centuries, their desperate pleas for release lost in the relentless pounding of the waves. It described ghastly apparitions, malevolent spirits that roamed the decks, haunting the living, feeding on their fear. The chilling details painted a gruesome picture of the ferry's history, a litany of death, despair, and unspeakable horrors. It spoke of a hidden chamber deep within the vessel's hull, a chamber where the most horrific rituals had been performed. The chamber, sealed centuries ago, was now said to be opening. The air thickened with an unnatural chill, the temperature plummeting despite the relative warmth of the night. The passengers, huddled together in the darkness, felt the presence of something cold, something malevolent, something ancient closing in on them. It was a chilling premonition of doom, a chilling understanding that their escape was impossible. As the figure continued to read, the shadows seemed to deepen, to swirl and writhe, taking on grotesque forms, their movements reflecting the escalating terror in the passengers' hearts. Whispers, like slithering snakes, began to permeate the darkness, weaving their way into the minds of the passengers, planting seeds of doubt, of despair, of self-destruction. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, their malevolent influence increasing with every word read from the journal. The passengers began to turn on each other, their fear transforming into paranoia, their desperate cries for salvation swallowed by the encroaching darkness. They were no longer passengers on a ferry, but victims trapped in a horrific, unending nightmare, surrounded by the spectral horrors of the ferry's cursed past. The groaning intensified, evolving into a blood-curdling shriek that echoed through the ship's hull. The floor trembled violently, threatening to crumble beneath their feet. The spectral glow from the journal intensified, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed on the walls, mocking their terror. The narrative of the journal culminated in a revelation that transcended the realm of horror. The Acheron wasn't just a haunted ferry, it was a vessel of interdimensional passage, a gateway to a realm beyond human comprehension. The ferry was not sailing toward a destination, it was traversing the very fabric of reality, a conduit to unimaginable horrors. The final words from the journal were punctuated by a deafening crash. A section of the ferry's hull gave way, revealing a swirling vortex of spectral energy, a glimpse into a realm of unimaginable dread. The spectral energy pulsed, its malevolent influence growing stronger, wrapping around the passengers, drawing them towards the vortex. The air vibrated with an unbearable intensity, a raw energy that pressed down upon the passengers, crushing their spirits, bending their wills. The unseen forces, revealed in the journal's final entry, were not simply ghosts or spirits. They were entities of immense power, their reality far exceeding human comprehension. They had been summoned by the ferry's dark history, drawn to the ship by the spectral energies generated by its cursed past. They now waited to claim their prize. The passengers, their minds shattered by the terrifying revelations, their bodies consumed by primal fear, were powerless to resist. They were drawn inexorably towards the vortex, towards an oblivion far beyond human understanding. The haunted ferry continued its relentless journey into the abyss, a floating tomb carrying its tormented souls to their inevitable end. The sea, once a journey's end, had become an unending nightmare. Their screams, their desperate pleas for mercy, were lost in the vortex, absorbed by the endless nightmarish depths of the unknown. The Acheron, the cursed ferry, sailed on, its terrifying voyage into the heart of darkness continuing unchecked. The rhythmic chugging of the ferry's engine, a sound that had initially offered a fragile sense of security, now felt ominous, a morbid heartbeat in the encroaching darkness. The spectral glow emanating from the journal, the only light source in the suffocating gloom, cast grotesque shadows that danced and writhed like malevolent spirits. The air grew heavy, thick with an unnatural chill that seeped into the very marrow of the passengers' bones. It was a cold that went beyond mere temperature. It was a cold that emanated from the very soul of the Acheron, a chilling testament to its cursed history. The ferry, instead of approaching a bustling port, seemed to be drawing closer to an impenetrable darkness, a void that swallowed the horizon. The water, once a calming, deep blue, had turned a sickly, oily black, reflecting the grim reality of their predicament. The waves, previously gentle ripples, now crashed against the hull with a ferocity that hinted at something far more sinister than a simple storm. Each impact felt like a blow, a reminder of their vulnerability, their helplessness in the face of the impending doom. As the Acheron lurched through the inky blackness, a low, guttural growl resonated from deep within its bowels. It was a sound that vibrated through the very structure of the ship, a palpable sense of something ancient and malevolent stirring. The passengers, huddled together in their terror, exchanged fearful glances, their eyes wide with a mixture of dread and desperate hope. Hope, however, was a fragile thing on this doomed vessel, a flickering candle in the face of an oncoming storm. The air grew thick with the scent of salt and something else, something acrid and indefinably foul, a stench that seemed to cling to the very fabric of their being. It was a smell that recalled tales of ancient battlefields, of spilled blood and decaying flesh, a testament to the countless lives lost aboard this cursed vessel. The passengers gagged, their stomachs churning, their senses overwhelmed by the nauseating miasma. Suddenly, the groaning of the ferry intensified, morphing into a cacophony of tortured cries, as if the ship itself were screaming in agony. The floorboards vibrated violently, the tremor growing in intensity, culminating in a series of deafening cracks that echoed throughout the vessel. The passengers clung to one another, their screams lost in the overwhelming din, their bodies trembling with a combination of fear and physical pain. A section of the deck splintered, revealing a chasm of inky blackness that seemed to stretch endlessly into the depths of the sea. From this gaping wound, a spectral energy pulsed, swirling and writhing like a living entity, its malevolent power palpable. The energy emanated an unbearable heat, a stark contrast to the chilling cold that had permeated the ship, a dichotomy that spoke of the supernatural forces at play. Out of the darkness, a single, skeletal hand emerged, its touch as cold as death. It reached towards the passengers, drawing them closer to the vortex of spectral energy. Those who dared to look saw swirling vortexes within the vortex, a kaleidoscope of terrifying images, burning cities, sinking ships, skeletal figures engaged in gruesome rituals. The whispers, now deafening roars, echoed from the depths, telling tales of eternal damnation. The passengers, their minds fractured by fear and exhaustion, were no longer able to comprehend the true horror of their situation. Their desperate pleas for salvation were lost in the deafening din, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Their fear had morphed into a paralyzing terror, a primal instinct to survive, pitted against the immense power of the ancient evil that had awakened aboard the Acheron. Then, as if time itself had fractured, everything went silent. The groaning ceased, the spectral energy calmed, the whispers faded into nothingness. The Acheron, having reached its destination, or rather, its non-destination, stood still. The only sound was the gentle lapping of the water against the hull, a sound that, in the oppressive silence, seemed strangely peaceful. The air remained thick with the stench of decay and the unnatural chill, a lingering reminder of the horrors they had witnessed. The passengers, however, were no longer reacting. They stood frozen, their eyes blank, their bodies devoid of life, their souls seemingly sucked into the oblivion they had so desperately tried to escape. The ferry had arrived, but not at a port, not at a shore, but at a point beyond understanding, beyond perception, beyond the realm of the living. The Acheron remained motionless, a silent testament to the terrors it carried within its decaying hull. The dawn broke, casting a pale, sickly light upon the desolate waters, revealing nothing but the ghostly silhouette of the ferry, drifting silently on the endless expanse of the sea. There was no sign of a destination, no sign of rescue, only an endless expanse of dark, churning water, mirroring the endless torment of the souls trapped within the ship's grasp. Their fate, like the destination of the Acheron, remained shrouded in the mists of an eternal, chilling ambiguity. The journey had ended, but the nightmare had only just begun. The lingering silence was far more terrifying than any scream. It was the silence of eternity, the void where hope and salvation ceased to exist. The haunted ferry drifted on, a floating mausoleum on a sea of despair. Its arrival, rather than marking an end to their voyage, had simply initiated an even more terrifying descent into the abyss. The silence, however, wasn't truly silent. There were faint whispers, almost imperceptible, coming from within the ship's wood, a ghostly echo of the horrors it held captive. The whispers were not of words but of emotions, despair, agony, the chilling weight of loss. These were not human sounds but something more ancient, more primal. A single, desiccated hand, still clutching a piece of the torn journal's page, lay on the splintered deck. The page, remarkably preserved despite the violence of the passage, revealed a single sentence, written in a blood-red ink, seemingly etched rather than penned: "The crossing is merely the beginning." The implication hung heavy in the still air, a promise of further, deeper horrors to come. Even in its silence, the Acheron carried a palpable dread, a chilling reminder of the infinite darkness that lay beyond human comprehension. The journey, the harrowing crossing, was over, yet the true terror had only just begun. The ferry, a spectral vessel navigating the uncharted waters of the afterlife, continued its silent journey into the heart of an eternal, unspeakable nightmare. Its passengers, forever lost to the unknown, would never see land again. And the ferry, the Acheron, would sail on, forever a symbol of the chilling, unending terror of the sea. The sea, no longer a journey's end, became a desolate pathway to oblivion. Story 2, The Whispering Caves. The chilling whisper of the Acheron's demise still echoed in my ears, a phantom sound clinging to the damp air as we prepared for our descent into the Whispering Caves. The expedition, organized by the renowned, or perhaps infamous, Professor Armitage, felt less like a scientific endeavor and more like a pilgrimage to a place where sanity itself trembled on the precipice. He'd chosen this particular cave system, nestled deep within the remote Carpathian Mountains, not for its geological significance, but for the legends that clung to it like the clinging mist that perpetually shrouded its entrance. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something indefinably ancient and unsettling. A metallic tang, almost like blood, mingled with the musty odor of decay, a foreshadowing of the horrors that awaited us within the labyrinthine depths. The entrance, a gaping maw in the earth, seemed to swallow the light, leaving us to navigate the initial descent by the beams of our headlamps. Each beam cut through the gloom, revealing slick, moss-covered walls that seemed to press in on us, claustrophobic and oppressive. The silence was a living thing here, a heavy blanket stifling any sound but the occasional drip of water echoing through the cavernous spaces. Professor Armitage, ever the enthusiastic, or perhaps reckless, leader, pressed onward, his voice barely a whisper in the echoing void. His knowledge of the caves seemed vast, almost uncanny, yet there was a manic glint in his eyes that spoke of obsession, of a pursuit that bordered on obsession. As we moved deeper, the temperature plummeted. It wasn't simply the natural cold of the earth, it was a bone-deep chill, a permeating cold that seeped into our very souls. The air itself seemed to vibrate, not with sound, but with a palpable sense of something watching, something ancient and malevolent. This was not the sterile, scientific exploration I had envisioned. This was something far more primal, far more terrifying. The passage narrowed, forcing us to move in single file. The claustrophobia was intense, the weight of the earth pressing down, the walls closing in. My headlamp beam illuminated strange, phosphorescent fungi clinging to the damp rock faces, their eerie glow casting grotesque shadows that writhed and pulsed like living things. It was as if the very stones themselves were alive, breathing, watching our every move. Ahead, the sounds of dripping water grew louder, a relentless rhythm punctuated by the unsettling shrieks of unseen creatures. The air grew thicker, heavier, almost impossible to breathe. A palpable sense of dread filled the tunnel, suffocating us, pressing down on our chests. It was a dread that transcended simple fear. It was a primal terror that burrowed deep into our subconscious, shaking us to our core. We reached a vast cavern, a cathedral of shadows where the phosphorescent fungi cast a ghastly, ethereal light. The enormity of the space, the echoing silence broken only by the relentless drip of water, amplified the feeling of isolation and vulnerability. The walls, impossibly tall, were adorned with bizarre formations of rock, their shapes suggestive of grotesque creatures, of faces frozen in silent screams. As we traversed the cavern, Professor Armitage stopped suddenly, his face pale, his breath caught in his throat. He pointed to a wall, his finger trembling slightly. Etched into the rock, barely visible in the dim light, were symbols, strange glyphs that seemed to pulse with a faint, inner light. They were not of any known language, any known culture, yet they emanated an unnerving power, a sense of ancient, malevolent energy. A low, guttural whisper echoed through the cavern, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. It was not a spoken word but a sentient sigh, a mournful lament that resonated deep within our chests, a vibration that threatened to shatter our sanity. The whispers grew in intensity, building into a cacophony of voices, a chorus of tortured souls lamenting their eternal imprisonment. The ground beneath our feet began to tremble, a subtle tremor that intensified with each passing moment. The walls groaned, the rocks shifted, as if the cavern itself was struggling to contain the forces unleashed within its depths. The phosphorescent fungi flickered, their eerie glow casting the cavern in a frenzied dance of light and shadow, amplifying the chaos unfolding before us. Panic flared among the expedition members. The whispers intensified, becoming unintelligible yet undeniably menacing. We were not simply explorers, we were intruders, trespassers in a realm where ancient entities ruled supreme. The sense of being watched, once subtle, was now overwhelming, a constant presence that wrapped around us like a suffocating shroud. We pressed onwards, driven by a desperate need to escape the suffocating horror that pressed in on us from all sides. The whispers followed us, their intensity growing, their malevolent power building, feeding off our fear, feeding off our desperation. It felt as if the entire cave system was alive, aware of our intrusion, actively working to keep us trapped within its dark, sinister heart. The tunnels twisted and turned, a confusing labyrinth designed to disorient and trap. The air grew even colder, the whispers more intense, the feeling of unseen eyes upon us more pervasive. The phosphorescent fungi seemed to pulse in rhythm with the whispers, their light casting a grotesque, mocking illumination on our terrified faces. Suddenly, the earth gave way beneath our feet. We plummeted into darkness, the screams of our team lost in the abyss. The descent felt endless, a terrifying freefall into an unknown realm. When I finally landed, battered and bruised, I found myself in a narrow passage, utterly alone. The whispers continued, now close enough to feel like icy fingers tracing my skin. The chilling realization washed over me. We were not merely exploring a cave, we were trapped in a living nightmare. The journey had begun, but whether there would be an end remained chillingly uncertain. The whispering caves were keeping their secrets, and it seemed those secrets would now be shared with us for eternity. The whispers started subtly, a barely perceptible rustling at the edge of hearing, like the sigh of the wind through ancient trees. But as we pressed deeper into the labyrinthine heart of the whispering caves, the sounds intensified, evolving from a faint susurrus to a chilling chorus of voices. They were not human voices, not in the conventional sense. They lacked the structure of language, the clear articulation of words. Instead, they were a collection of sibilant sounds, guttural murmurs, and high-pitched shrieks that seemed to burrow into our minds, bypassing our ears entirely. It was as if the very stones were whispering, the cave itself voicing its age-old secrets. The whispers weaved through the echoing cavern, bouncing off the slick, moss-covered walls, creating an unsettling auditory tapestry. They seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, a disorienting cacophony that played havoc with our senses. Sometimes, I would swear I could pinpoint a source, a crack in the wall, a shadowed alcove, only to find nothing but the cold, hard rock. Other times, the whispers felt like they were inside my head, a chorus of voices trapped within my skull, whispering secrets I couldn't comprehend. The nonsensical nature of the whispers added to their unsettling effect. They weren't coherent words, but rather fragments of sounds, strange phonetic combinations, and haunting melodies that echoed the primal fears of our species. Sometimes, the whispers would coalesce into a word, a name perhaps, a fleeting glimpse of meaning that vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only a nagging sense of unease. These elusive snatches of understanding, or rather, the illusion of understanding, were the most disturbing of all. They hinted at a deeper, more terrifying truth, a hidden knowledge that the cave was unwilling, or perhaps unable, to fully reveal. The whispers were not simply auditory, they seemed to have a physical presence. As they grew louder, a chilling cold radiated from them, a palpable wave of icy air that seemed to seep into our bones. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and my skin prickled with an unease that bordered on terror. The sounds themselves seemed to vibrate, resonating through the very ground beneath our feet, turning the solid earth into a resonating chamber for the whisper's unsettling symphony. Professor Armitage, usually so unflappable, was visibly shaken. His usually bright eyes were clouded with a mixture of fear and fascination. He pressed a hand to his ear, as if attempting to filter out the whispers, to isolate a specific sound, a coherent message hidden within the cacophony. But it was futile. The whispers were omnipresent, inescapable, a constant reminder of our vulnerability in this subterranean realm. The team, initially filled with the thrill of exploration, was now consumed by a growing sense of dread. The whispers, the oppressive cold, the labyrinthine tunnels, all combined to create an atmosphere of palpable fear. Faces were pale, breaths shallow, and the usual banter replaced by hushed whispers and uneasy glances. Each echoing sound, each drip of water, was magnified by the terrifying whispers, transforming the natural sounds of the cave into ominous pronouncements of doom. As we ventured deeper, the whispers changed in character. The initial sibilant sounds were replaced by deeper, guttural murmurs, almost as if the cave itself was groaning in pain. These sounds were accompanied by a low, resonant hum, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, causing the ground beneath us to tremble slightly. The air itself seemed to grow heavy, thick with a palpable sense of ancient dread. Then came the shrieks. High-pitched, piercing wails that sliced through the guttural murmurs and sibilant whispers, sending shivers down our spines. These shrieks were interspersed with what sounded like laughter, a dry, rasping sound that sent a chill down our spines. The sounds seemed to shift and morph, blending into one another in an unsettling auditory collage. One moment, it was the whispering, the next a chorus of wails, followed by a bone-chilling laughter. The cacophony was designed to unravel us, to break our sanity. It wasn't merely sound, it was a psychic assault, a relentless barrage of sensory overload. The whispers, shrieks, and laughter seemed to manipulate our emotions, feeding off our fear and desperation. The experience was profoundly unsettling. The whispers were not simply sounds, they felt like an intrusion, a violation. It was as if the cave was trying to communicate with us, not through language or reason, but through raw emotion, through pure terror. The nonsensical nature of the whispers was unsettling precisely because it hinted at a deeper, incomprehensible truth, a knowledge that lay beyond the grasp of human understanding. They were the screams of the earth, the lament of forgotten beings, a chilling testament to the age-old horror that lurked beneath the surface. The echoing chambers amplified the unnerving sounds, turning them into a symphony of dread. It was as if the cave itself was alive, conscious of our presence, deliberately amplifying the sounds to torment us, to drive us to madness. We pressed on, driven by a mixture of fear and a desperate hope of escape, but the whispers followed us, unrelenting, unyielding, a constant reminder of the terrifying reality that we were trapped within a living nightmare. The whispers were a physical presence, a palpable weight in the air, a living embodiment of the cave's ancient malice, a testament to the horrors that lay buried in its dark, unforgiving heart. The feeling of being watched, previously a subtle unease, intensified into a pervasive sense of dread. It was as if countless eyes were watching our every move, judging our intrusion into their ancient domain. The constant barrage of the whispers began to affect our mental state. The initial fear gave way to a sort of detached horror, a chilling numbness that dulled our senses and made us vulnerable to the whispering cave's relentless psychological assault. We were disoriented, lost within the labyrinthine tunnels, our perceptions distorted by the overwhelming sounds and the suffocating darkness. The line between reality and hallucination began to blur, and the whispers seemed to seep into our thoughts, shaping our dreams, and distorting our perception of reality. The chilling whispers continued, relentless and unnerving. They became more than just sounds. They became a presence, a malevolent entity that fed on our fear, our desperation. They were a constant reminder of our isolation, our vulnerability, our entrapment. As our journey deeper into the heart of the whispering caves continued, the intensity of the whispering increased, transforming the journey into a descent into madness. The whispers were now inescapable, and their impact extended beyond the auditory realm, manifesting as a disturbing physical presence, leaving us trapped in a terrifying auditory nightmare that challenged the very fabric of our sanity. The whispers had become an integral part of the landscape, the very air we breathed, the ground we walked on, a chilling reminder that our escape was far from assured. The journey was becoming a slow, agonizing descent into the abyss, the whispers guiding us to our inevitable doom. The claustrophobia tightened its grip. The echoing whispers, once a haunting chorus, now felt like a physical pressure, crushing us against the cold, damp walls of the cave. The tunnels narrowed, forcing us to shuffle sideways, our shoulders brushing against the slick, moss-covered rock. The air grew thick and stagnant, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and unsettling, a smell that spoke of decay and forgotten things. Professor Armitage, his face ashen, stumbled, his hand reaching out to steady himself against the wall. The light from our headlamps cast long, dancing shadows that writhed and twisted like phantoms, playing tricks on our eyes. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence, every drip of water sounded like a footstep. The sense of being watched, already profound, intensified, becoming almost unbearable. It was as if unseen eyes were boring into us from the darkness, judging us, measuring our fear. Panic began to gnaw at the edges of our composure. The rational part of my brain screamed at me to turn back, to retrace our steps, to escape the suffocating grip of this subterranean nightmare. But the labyrinthine nature of the caves made that impossible. Every turn seemed identical to the last, every tunnel a mirror image of the others. We were utterly and hopelessly lost. The whispers intensified, shifting once again in character. The guttural murmurs and high-pitched shrieks morphed into a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the very ground beneath our feet, shaking us to our core. It felt less like sound and more like a physical force, a seismic tremor emanating from the heart of the earth. The air itself seemed to hum with it, the vibration resonating within our bones, our teeth, our very skulls. It was a terrifying symphony of dread, a primal sound that spoke of immense power and ancient evils. The darkness pressed in, a suffocating blanket that robbed us of our senses. Our headlamps struggled to pierce the gloom, their beams swallowed by the endless expanse of the cavern. In the brief, flickering illumination, we saw things, or thought we saw things, fleeting glimpses of movement in the periphery, shadowed figures that vanished as quickly as they appeared. Were they real, or were they merely the figments of our overwrought imaginations, the products of a mind frayed by fear and exhaustion? The claustrophobia became unbearable. The tight spaces, the oppressive darkness, the relentless whispers, all combined to create a sensory overload that pushed us to the brink of madness. We huddled together, our bodies trembling, our breaths ragged, our minds struggling to maintain a grip on reality. The whispers seemed to penetrate our minds, twisting our thoughts, planting seeds of doubt and fear. We pressed onwards, driven by a desperate hope of escape, but every step seemed to lead us further into the heart of the labyrinth. The tunnels twisted and turned, leading us into chambers that seemed both familiar and completely alien. The passageways seemed to shift and change, defying logic and reason. We were lost in a nightmare of our own making, trapped in a subterranean maze designed to break our wills, to shatter our sanity. The cold intensified, a bone-chilling frost that seeped into our clothes, our flesh, our very souls. It was a cold that went beyond the simple lack of warmth. It was a cold that seemed to emanate from the very heart of darkness, a cold that hinted at the presence of something ancient and malevolent. The air grew heavier, thicker, more oppressive, as if the cave itself were breathing, drawing in our fear, feeding off our desperation. We stumbled through the darkness, our bodies bruised and battered, our spirits crushed. The whispers, now a constant, deafening roar, played havoc with our minds, distorting our perception of reality. We saw things, or thought we saw things, in the darkness, shadowy figures lurking in the corners of our eyes, faces twisted in silent screams, eyes that burned with an unholy light. The experience blurred the lines between sanity and madness. The whispers seeped into our thoughts, shaping our dreams, distorting our perception of reality. We began to question everything, our memories, our identities, our very existence. Were we truly lost, or had we stumbled into some alternate reality, some twisted dimension where the laws of nature held no sway? The walls of the cave seemed to close in, the darkness pressing down upon us, suffocating us with its ancient weight. We were trapped, not only in the physical labyrinth of the cave, but in a psychological prison of our own making. Our minds, battered and bruised, struggled to hold on to sanity, clinging desperately to the tattered threads of reality. The fear was no longer a tangible emotion, it was a physical force, constricting our lungs, crushing our spirits. Hours blurred into a nightmarish eternity. We stumbled through the tunnels, driven by a desperate need to escape, but the cave seemed to resist our efforts, mocking our attempts at freedom. The whispers became a constant, relentless assault, a chorus of madness that threatened to consume us utterly. Then, a flicker of hope. In a moment of blessed clarity, we stumbled upon a passage that was different, somehow. It was broader, taller, less confined. The whispers, though still present, seemed less intense, less suffocating. A shaft of light, faint and distant, hinted at an opening, a possible escape. We pressed on, our hope rekindled, our bodies aching, our minds frayed, but with a renewed determination to break free from this subterranean prison. The passage led upwards, towards the surface, the light growing stronger with each step. The whispers faded into a distant murmur, their power diminished as we moved towards the light. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, we emerged from the depths of the earth, blinking in the blinding light of the sun. We were free. But the experience had left an indelible mark on our souls, a lingering chill that no amount of sunshine could ever fully erase. The whispering caves held their secrets tight, but we had escaped their grip, carrying with us the memory of a darkness so profound, so consuming, that it would forever haunt our waking hours. The lingering fear, however, was a constant reminder of the terrifying reality of that subterranean prison. The echoes of the whispers still haunted our minds, a stark testament to our near destruction in the depths of the earth. The memory of the cold, the darkness, the labyrinthine tunnels, and the maddening whispers would forever remain etched into our minds, a chilling reminder of the terrors that lurk beneath the surface of the world. We had survived, but the experience had fundamentally changed us, leaving us forever marked by the horrors we had witnessed within the heart of the whispering caves. The escape was more than a physical one. It was an escape from the psychological grip of the cave, a deliverance from the suffocating darkness that had threatened to consume our very beings. The faint light from our headlamps glinted off something embedded in the damp cave wall. At first, I dismissed it as another trick of the light, a fleeting illusion born of exhaustion and fear. But as we drew closer, the object resolved itself into something far more disturbing. It was a carving, crude yet undeniably ancient, depicting a grotesque humanoid figure with elongated limbs, sharp claws, and a head that seemed to be a skull, devoid of any features. The stone around it was worn smooth by time and the constant drip of water, indicating immense age. But it wasn't the style that chilled me, it was the feeling the carving exuded. It resonated with the whispers, amplifying their chilling power, making them feel not just auditory but almost tactile, a vibration that seemed to burrow into my very bones. Professor Armitage, his breath catching in his throat, reached out a trembling hand to touch the carving. I instinctively grabbed his arm, pulling him back. "Don't," I hissed, a cold dread creeping into my voice. There was something about that carving, something fundamentally wrong about it, something that felt unholy. He recoiled, his face pale. I felt it," he whispered, his voice trembling. A presence, a cold, malevolent energy emanating from the stone itself. The whispers intensified, morphing into a cacophony of guttural growls and high-pitched shrieks that seemed to emanate from the carving itself. The very air around us thrummed with a malevolent energy, a palpable sense of dread that squeezed the breath from our lungs. The temperature plummeted, a bone-chilling frost swept through the cavern, clinging to our skin like icy fingers. We backed away slowly, our eyes glued to the horrifying carving. As we retreated, we noticed other carvings, scattered sporadically across the walls. All were similar in style, depicting grotesque figures engaged in rituals that defied comprehension. Some images suggested human sacrifice, others seemed to depict some kind of twisted communion with the darkness that permeated this place. The style was consistent, but the execution varied, showing signs of evolution or perhaps even degeneration over time. It felt as if we were witnessing the unraveling of a horrific narrative, a chronicle of an ancient evil that had festered in these caves for eons. The deeper we ventured into the labyrinth, the more carvings we discovered. They became more frequent, more disturbing, their messages more explicit. We saw images of writhing, amorphous beings, creatures of nightmare, their forms shifting and changing, defying logic and reason. They were undeniably ancient, but the images felt fresh, as if they were being constantly renewed, the act of creation itself an invocation of the entities depicted. The whispers were no longer a mere background noise, they were an integral part of the experience, shaping our perception of reality. They seemed to weave themselves into our thoughts, insinuating doubts, planting seeds of fear, amplifying our anxieties. The longer we remained in this subterranean hellscape, the more we began to lose our grip on rationality, the line between hallucination and reality blurring with every passing moment. We encountered passages that seemed to shift and change before our eyes, tunnels that opened and closed inexplicably. The very structure of the cave seemed to be alive, reacting to our presence, leading us further into the heart of the darkness. It felt less like a natural formation and more like a carefully constructed labyrinth, designed to trap and torment those foolish enough to venture within. In one particularly large chamber, we found a vast, circular pit in the floor. A strange, almost phosphorescent glow emanated from its depths, illuminating a chaotic jumble of bones. Human bones. Many of them. And amongst the bones, we found more carvings, or rather, what appeared to be the remains of a massive mural, depicting a vast, terrifying entity, its form both humanoid and utterly alien. The glow intensified as we gazed upon it, the air vibrating with a low hum, the ground trembling beneath our feet. The presence was overwhelming. A sense of sheer, unadulterated malice emanated from the pit, a force so profound and ancient that it felt capable of crushing our very souls. It felt as if the entity depicted in the mural was aware of our presence, that it was watching us, judging us, waiting. Professor Armitage, who had been relatively composed up until now, collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in terror. He began to babble incoherently, his words lost in the deafening roar of the whispers. He clawed at the ground, his eyes wide with a terror I had never seen before, a terror that transcended the simple fear of death. I tried to help him, to calm him, but my own fear was overwhelming. The presence in the pit was too powerful, too intense. It was draining our strength, our will, our very sanity. We were facing something far beyond our comprehension, something ancient and evil, something that had been lurking in the darkness for millennia. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled desperation, I pulled Armitage to his feet. We turned and fled, scrambling through the maze-like tunnels, the whispers chasing us, the bone-chilling cold nipping at our heels. The carvings seemed to writhe and shift as we passed them, their malevolent gaze following us into the darkness. The escape was a blur of frantic movement, a desperate dash towards the light. We stumbled, fell, clawed our way through narrow passages, our bodies bruised and battered, our minds on the verge of collapse. We didn't stop running until we reached the mouth of the cave, collapsing onto the earth, gasping for breath, the chilling whispers echoing in our ears, a haunting reminder of the ancient evil we had encountered in the heart of the Whispering Caves. We had survived, but the experience had irrevocably changed us. The darkness we had witnessed in those caves would forever remain etched in our souls, a chilling testament to the terrifying realities that lie hidden beneath the surface of the world. The whispers were a constant reminder. The images from the mural were indelible, seared onto our consciousness. We had barely escaped with our lives, but the true horror was the awareness we now carried, that something truly ancient and deeply malevolent still slumbered in the heart of the earth, waiting for its opportunity to rise again. The cold intensified, a palpable presence pressing down on us, suffocating. The whispers, once a background hum, now roared in our ears, a chorus of disembodied voices chanting in a language older than time, a language that resonated not in our ears but deep within our bones. We were trapped. The maze of tunnels, once a path of chilling discovery, had become a suffocating prison. Every turn brought us back to a familiar carving, a grotesque reminder of our predicament. The passages themselves seemed to shift and reform, mocking our desperate attempts at escape. Professor Armitage, his sanity fraying at the edges, began to mutter, his words incomprehensible, a stream of fragmented thoughts and panicked pleas lost in the cacophony of the whispers. He stumbled blindly, his hands reaching out, grasping at shadows. Fear, raw and unfiltered, radiated from him in waves, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. I fought to maintain my composure, to remain a beacon of reason in this subterranean abyss. But the relentless whispers chipped away at my resolve, twisting my thoughts, planting seeds of doubt and despair. The carvings, once objects of morbid fascination, now seemed to writhe before my eyes, their monstrous figures pulsating with malevolent energy. The air grew thick with dread, a suffocating blanket of fear that threatened to smother us. We pressed onward, driven by a desperate hope that defied logic. Each step was a battle against the encroaching madness, a fight against the whispering voices that clawed at our minds, seeking to unravel our sanity. The darkness seemed to press in, swallowing the scant light from our headlamps, leaving us stumbling through an ever-deepening blackness. The ground beneath our feet shifted uneasily, sending tremors through our bodies. The whispers intensified, coalescing into a guttural, monstrous roar that shook the very foundations of the cave. We were not merely lost, we were hunted. The feeling of being watched, of being prey, became almost tangible. The air itself hummed with an ancient, malevolent energy, a palpable sense of something ancient and terrible awakening. In a desperate attempt to find a way out, we followed a narrow passage, hoping it would lead to a different part of the labyrinth. But the passage twisted and turned, leading us in a dizzying circle, back to the same chilling carvings, the same oppressive darkness. The feeling of being trapped, of being relentlessly pursued by an unseen force, became unbearable. The professor collapsed, his body racked with sobs and tremors. His eyes, wide and unseeing, were filled with a primal terror that spoke of a profound encounter with something beyond human comprehension. His breathing grew ragged, his whispers lost in the overwhelming roar of the voices. He was on the brink of complete mental collapse. The whispers seemed to feed on his fear, growing louder, more insistent, more malevolent. They were no longer just sounds, they were a malevolent force, a living entity that sought to consume us, to break our spirits, and drive us to madness. They were a symphony of despair, woven with the screams of the damned, the moans of the lost, the guttural growls of creatures best left undisturbed in the nightmares that haunted our deepest subconscious. Desperation clawed at me, the icy grip of despair threatening to overwhelm my resolve. The carvings seemed to mock our struggles, their grotesque images pulsating with a sinister life of their own, their malevolent gazes following every move, every stumble, every breath. In a sudden surge of adrenaline, I grabbed the professor's arm, forcing him to his feet. We had to find another way out, a different route through this infernal maze. We had to find a way to break free from this suffocating horror, to escape the relentless onslaught of the whispers, to shake off the suffocating grip of fear that threatened to extinguish our will to live. We stumbled onwards, our bodies battered, our minds reeling, guided only by a desperate need to survive. The darkness, the whispers, the carvings, they were relentless, an oppressive trinity of horror that sought to crush us. But somewhere deep within, a spark of defiance remained. We would not give in. We would not break. We navigated a series of increasingly claustrophobic tunnels, their walls slick with moisture and oozing with a chilling dampness. The whispers intensified as we moved deeper, their insidious power threatening to consume us entirely. The air grew heavy, thick with the stench of damp earth and something else, something ancient and foul. The feeling of being watched, hunted, was almost unbearable. We discovered a cavern, larger than any we'd encountered before, its vastness swallowed by the oppressive darkness. The whispers were deafening, creating a vortex of sound that threatened to tear our minds apart. But amidst the chaos, a faint, flickering light caught my eye. A glimmer at the far end of the cavern, a fragile hope amidst the overwhelming despair. It was a crack in the rock, a narrow fissure allowing a sliver of light to penetrate the otherwise impenetrable darkness. It was a faint chance, a sliver of hope in a sea of despair, a potential escape from the crushing horror of this subterranean prison. Driven by that flicker of hope, we pressed towards it, struggling through a morass of loose rocks and crumbling earth. The whispers intensified, a desperate last gasp of the malevolent entity that held us captive in its nightmarish realm. We reached the fissure, and with renewed determination, I began to squeeze through, dragging the professor behind me. The passage was narrow, barely wide enough to allow our bodies to pass. The air grew thin, filled with the scent of fresh air and the faint promise of escape. We emerged into a small air shaft, a tunnel barely larger than a person, but offering a way out of the whispering caves. The sight of the sky above, a small circle of light in the distance, was an overwhelming relief, a testament to our resilience, a promise of freedom from the unrelenting horror that had consumed us in the depths of the earth. We were still trembling, exhausted, and mentally drained, but we had escaped. We were free. But the memory of the whispering caves, the relentless whispers, the grotesque carvings, the feeling of being hunted by an ancient and malevolent entity would forever remain etched into our minds, a chilling reminder of the terrifying realities that lie hidden beneath the surface of the world. The silence, after the incessant whispers, was deafening. The memories, however, remained. Story 3: The Shadowy Carnival. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of sawdust, burnt sugar, and something else, something indefinably unsettling. It clung to us like a shroud, a damp, cloying blanket that whispered promises of fleeting joy and lingering dread. Before us, bathed in the sickly sweet glow of a dozen flickering gas lamps, lay the carnival. It wasn't the vibrant, cheerful spectacle one might expect. Instead, it possessed an unnerving stillness, a deceptive calm that belied a lurking menace. The colors were muted, faded, as if bleached by time and neglect, the paint on the rickety stalls peeling and flaking like sunburnt skin. A lone calliope wheezed a discordant tune, its melody a mournful dirge rather than a celebratory fanfare. My children, Lily and Tom, initially captivated by the strange sight, soon fell silent. Their usual boisterous energy seemed to drain away, replaced by a hesitant curiosity tinged with apprehension. Even their father, usually unflappable, shifted uneasily, his gaze flitting nervously between the shadowy figures lurking in the corners and the unsettlingly still faces of the few patrons scattered about. The carousel, its paint chipped and faded, stood like a skeletal steed, its horses frozen mid-gallop, their eyes vacant and unnervingly lifelike. Alone, shrouded figures sat at the controls, their face hidden in the shadows of a wide-brimmed hat, their movements slow and deliberate, as if wound by an ancient clockwork mechanism. The air around the carousel hummed with a low, almost imperceptible vibration, a discordant note that grated on the nerves. The games of chance offered prizes that chilled rather than thrilled. Instead of plush toys or candy, the The prizes seemed to be disturbingly macabre: a tarnished silver locket containing a single, dried-up flower, a hand-carved wooden doll with eyes that followed your every move, a chipped porcelain mask with a chillingly realistic expression of silent despair. The food stalls offered equally disturbing delicacies: roasted nuts that smelled faintly of decay, popcorn that tasted of ash, candy apples that glistened with an unsettlingly viscous glaze. Each bite seemed to leave a residue of unease, a lingering taste of something ancient and profoundly wrong. The barkers, their voices raspy and hoarse, hawked their wares with a strange, unsettling enthusiasm, their words weaving a tapestry of promises and threats, of untold fortunes and unimaginable horrors. Their smiles were unsettling, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp, too yellow. Their eyes held a glint that suggested a familiarity with darkness, a profound understanding of fear. We wandered through the carnival, the festive atmosphere only deepening the encroaching sense of unease. The music from the calliope seemed to seep into our bones, its mournful notes mirroring the growing dread in our hearts. The shadows danced and writhed, shifting and reforming, playing tricks on our eyes and minds, making the familiar appear strange, the mundane twisted into something grotesque and uncanny. Lily tugged at my hand, her eyes wide with fear. "Mommy," she whispered, "it feels wrong." Tom, usually fearless, clung to his father's leg, his gaze fixed on a shadowy figure lurking behind a faded banner depicting a grotesque clown with an unsettlingly wide grin. The figure remained still, yet its presence was somehow overwhelming, a palpable sense of menace that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of its being. We attempted to leave, but the carnival seemed to resist our departure. Each step felt heavy, as if we were wading through molasses. The path twisted and turned, leading us in circles, back to the same unsettling sights, the same eerie sounds. The darkness seemed to thicken, swallowing the already dim light of the gas lamps, casting longer, more menacing shadows. The laughter of the carnival folk sounded like the cackling of crows, the music twisted into a discordant symphony of fear. The shadows seemed to reach out, their ghostly fingers brushing against our skin, sending shivers down our spines. We were trapped, ensnared by the carnival's malevolent allure, held captive in its nightmarish embrace. A sense of being watched intensified, the feeling of countless eyes boring into us from the darkness. The faces of the patrons seemed to shift and change, their features melting and reforming, their expressions morphing from curiosity to malice, their eyes glowing with a sinister light. The carnival itself seemed alive, a malevolent entity, its attractions instruments of torment, its games of chance traps leading to despair. We stumbled upon a fortune teller, her tent shrouded in darkness, the only light emanating from a flickering candle within. Her eyes, dark and piercing, seemed to see right through us, penetrating our deepest fears and insecurities. She spoke in riddles and cryptic warnings, her words weaving a tapestry of impending doom. She offered us glimpses of our future, but the visions she revealed were far from comforting, filled with chilling images of loss, despair, and ultimate demise. The fortune teller's words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding. The carnival's atmosphere tightened, the shadows deepening, the music growing more discordant. The air itself seemed charged with negative energy, a palpable sense of impending danger that filled us with a chilling premonition. The feeling was far more than unease, it was a profound awareness of encroaching death. We tried again to flee, but the exits seemed to vanish, swallowed by the shifting landscape of the carnival. The paths twisted and turned, the boundaries blurred, the familiar becoming strangely disorienting. We were lost in a labyrinth of shadows, our escape blocked by a sinister force that seemed to control the very fabric of the carnival grounds. The faces of the carnies continued their disturbing dance, their expressions shifting, their eyes burning with a malevolent light. They were no longer merely amusement park employees, they were something far more sinister. They seemed to anticipate our every move, as if they were puppeteers manipulating our every action, Suddenly, a piercing shriek tore through the night. A young girl, her face contorted in terror, broke free from the clutches of a shadowy figure, only to be recaptured by another, pulled back into the pulsating darkness. Her cries were abruptly silenced, swallowed by the carnival's eerie laughter. The silence that followed was far more terrifying than her cries. The realization struck us with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't a simple carnival, it was a trap, a nightmare veiled in the guise of amusement. It was a place of unspeakable horrors, a gateway to something beyond human comprehension, a stage for the performance of our deepest, most primal fears. And we were its unwilling audience, trapped in the center ring, staring into the abyss. The chilling laughter echoed once again, this time closer, almost beside us, causing Lily to cling to me, her body trembling. Tom started to cry silently, tears tracing paths through the grime on his cheeks. We were trapped, and whatever held this carnival in place held us in its grasp. The game, whatever it may be, had begun. The carnival itself seemed to pulse with anticipation, the darkness shifting and swirling like an ocean of malevolent energy. We were surrounded by something ancient and truly evil. And we were running out of time. The House of Mirrors wasn't just distorted, it was actively malevolent. The reflections weren't simply skewed, they were grotesque parodies of ourselves, faces contorted into sneers and whispers of madness. Lily screamed as her reflection lunged, its glassy eyes burning with an unnatural light, its skeletal fingers reaching out from the shimmering surface. I pulled her back, my heart pounding, the air thick with the stench of ozone and decay. The mirrors seemed to breathe, the silvered glass rippling and undulating like water, swallowing and regurgitating distorted images. We could hear whispers, disembodied voices murmuring our names, promises of unimaginable horrors, seductive and terrifying all at once. Each step deeper into the labyrinthine structure felt like a descent into madness. The path twisted, the walls shifted, creating a maze of impossible geometries, a distorted reflection of our own sanity. The Ferris wheel, a rusting skeleton against the bruised twilight sky, offered a view not of the bustling carnival grounds, but of a landscape beyond comprehension, a desolate wasteland stretching to a horizon that seemed to melt into an abyss of swirling darkness. The carriages were empty, swaying gently in the breeze, each a silent testament to forgotten screams. As we approached, a low moan echoed from within the skeletal structure, a sound that resonated deep within our chests, a chilling premonition of something ancient and malevolent. The air itself felt different, charged with a strange energy that prickled our skin and made the hairs on the back of our necks stand on end. From the top, I swear I could see fleeting glimpses of impossible landscapes, twisting geometries, and impossible creatures. The strongman booth showcased not feats of strength, but of grotesque contortion. The strongman himself was a figure of nightmare, his skin stretched taut over bone, his muscles bulging unnaturally, his eyes blank and lifeless. He performed feats of unimaginable flexibility, bending his limbs at impossible angles, his body a grotesque parody of human anatomy. His movements were jerky and unnatural, as if he were a puppet controlled by unseen strings. The crowd watching was not cheering, but was transfixed in horrified fascination, a silent audience to his macabre display. The air around him crackled with a sinister energy, a palpable sense of something ancient and evil. The fortune teller's tent, we discovered, was not a simple canvas awning. It was a swirling vortex of shadows, its entrance a gaping maw that seemed to beckon us closer. The fortunes she told were not playful predictions, they were terrifying glimpses into our own demise, dark prophecies whispered with chilling accuracy. She spoke of a shadowed path, a journey to a land beyond comprehension, a descent into a hell where our deepest fears were given form. She spoke of our impending doom, not as an abstract concept, but as a tangible presence, an inevitable event looming just over the horizon. Her eyes held a disturbing wisdom, reflecting the shadows of countless souls she had witnessed meet their demise. Even the simple act of eating became an ordeal. The popcorn tasted of ashes and despair, the cotton candy like spun moonlight and sorrow, and the roasted nuts like the dust of forgotten graves. Every bite left a lingering taste of dread, a sickening reminder of the carnival's insidious nature. The sweet, sickly scent of burnt sugar was overshadowed by a pervasive odor of decay, a scent that hinted at something far more sinister lurking beneath the surface of the gaudy facade. The carousel horses, we discovered, were not merely painted wood. They were skeletal forms, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. As the carousel slowly turned, a chilling whisper seemed to emanate from their empty sockets, a symphony of sorrow and fear. Each horse bore a name, carved crudely into its wooden frame, names we recognized, names from old newspaper clippings, names of those who had vanished without a trace. The music, if one could call it that, was a discordant screech that seemed to scrape against our very souls. The shadows around the carousel were dense and alive, writhing with a malevolent energy that clung to us like a second skin. The games, we soon realized, were not games of chance, but carefully orchestrated traps. The ring toss was rigged, the targets impossible to hit, the shooting gallery guns jammed, the targets taunting us with their silent mockery. Each failed attempt brought us closer to the edge of the abyss, deeper into the carnival's malevolent embrace. We were pawns in a sinister game, our every move predicted, our fate sealed from the moment we stepped onto the grounds. The prizes, when offered, were not rewards, but chilling reminders of our own mortality, a shrunken head with eyes that followed us, a child's doll with a knife concealed in its stitched gut, a locket containing a lock of hair that felt strangely warm to the touch. The shadows themselves seemed to be sentient, reaching out, grasping at us, whispering promises and threats. They pulsed and shifted, forming grotesque shapes, monstrous entities that seemed to feed off our fear. We could feel them brush against our skin, their icy touch sending shivers down our spines. The air grew colder, denser, a miasma of dread that wrapped around us, suffocating us. The nightmarish quality of the carnival was amplified, the atmosphere heavy with a sense of impending doom. The laughter of the carnies, once dismissed as mere amusement, now sounded like the cackling of demons, their voices echoing from the abyss of shadowed corners. Their smiles were grotesque, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too long, too yellow, and their eyes glowed with a malicious light, a reflection of the darkness that fueled their wicked souls. They were not merely amusement park employees, they were something far more sinister, something ancient and beyond human comprehension. Time itself seemed to warp and distort within the confines of the carnival. Moments stretched into eternities, and seconds felt like hours. We were trapped in a timeless loop, doomed to wander the grounds until our very sanity unraveled. The sense of being watched never abated, the eyes of the carnies, the shadows, the grotesque reflections in the mirrors, all bore into us, feeding off our growing fear and desperation. A child's scream pierced the night once again, a chilling echo that reverberated through the twisted pathways of the carnival. We saw a fleeting glimpse of a young girl pulled violently into the shadows, her cries abruptly cut off by the carnival's malevolent laughter, a laugh that promised pain and suffering. This wasn't a game, this was a sacrifice. We were next. As we finally stumbled upon what seemed to be an exit, a gate veiled in darkness, we felt a chilling hand brush against our back. We whirled around, but found no one. The sense of being watched intensified, the darkness pressing in on us, the air heavy with the smell of decay and something indescribably ancient. The exit was gone, swallowed by the shifting landscape of the carnival. We were utterly lost, our fate sealed in the heart of the nightmare. The carnival, it seemed, had chosen us. And the game was far from over. The horrifying laughter echoed, the shadows danced, and the nightmare continued. The air grew colder, a palpable chill that seeped into our bones despite the oppressive humidity of the night. It wasn't the ordinary chill of a late autumn evening. This was a coldness that emanated from within, a bone-deep frost that hinted at something ancient and malevolent. Then we saw them. At first, they were just fleeting glimpses, a flash of white paint in the periphery, a ripple of unnatural laughter carried on the night breeze. But as we moved deeper into the heart of the carnival, the clowns became more prevalent, more insistent. They weren't the cheerful, painted faces of a children's birthday party. These were something else entirely. Their costumes, tattered and torn, hung loosely on their gaunt frames, revealing glimpses of emaciated limbs and unsettlingly pale skin beneath. The paint itself seemed to writhe and shift, like living things, its colors blurring into grotesque parodies of human features. Their eyes, when visible beneath cracked and flaking makeup, were devoid of any warmth or humanity. They were vacant pits of darkness, reflecting the oppressive atmosphere of the carnival itself, their gazes piercing and unsettling. One clown, a towering figure with a disproportionately large head and a painted grin that stretched far too wide, stood motionless near the carousel. His painted eyes followed our every movement, his gaze lingering far too long, far too intensely. A single, tattered flower, wilted and brown, was clutched in his skeletal hand. The silence around him was unnerving. Even the discordant music of the carousel seemed to fade in his presence. He seemed less a clown and more a twisted monument to despair. Another clown, smaller and more wiry, lurked near the entrance to the House of Mirrors. He was perpetually hunched, his posture suggesting a deep-seated fear, even more unsettling than the blatant menace of his larger counterpart. His makeup was smudged and smeared, revealing patches of raw, weeping skin beneath. He seemed to be constantly whispering, but his words remained inaudible, lost in the general din of the carnival. Occasionally, a chilling giggle would escape his lips, a sound that sent a ripple of ice through our veins. Their laughter, when it did erupt, was not the jovial sound of amusement. It was a rasping, guttural sound, a cacophony of discordant notes that grated against our nerves. It was a laughter that spoke of madness, of pain, of unspeakable horrors hidden beneath the surface of the carnival's facade. It echoed through the twisted pathways, bouncing off the warped reflections in the mirrors, amplifying the growing sense of dread that clung to us like a shroud. As we moved deeper into the heart of the carnival, the clowns seemed to multiply, emerging from the shadows, materializing from the swirling mist that perpetually shrouded the grounds. They would appear and disappear, flitting between the stalls and rides, their movements jerky and unnatural, their presence a constant, unsettling reminder of the carnival's malevolent nature. They were everywhere, yet nowhere, a constant presence that permeated every aspect of the nightmarish landscape. Their movements were oddly mesmerizing, grotesque ballets of twisted limbs and exaggerated gestures. They would contort their bodies into unnatural positions, bending and stretching in ways that defied human anatomy. They seemed to lack any sense of gravity, floating and gliding across the grounds, their bodies defying the laws of physics. It was as if they were puppets, controlled by unseen strings, dancing to a macabre symphony of dread. One clown, particularly grotesque, caught my attention. He was smaller than the others, almost childlike in stature, yet his makeup was profoundly more disturbing. His painted smile was a grotesque parody of innocence, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that seemed far too large for his small mouth. His eyes, wide and vacant, were encircled by rings of black, giving him a hollow, ethereal appearance. He carried a large, brightly colored balloon animal, a grotesque parody of a whimsical creation, its limbs too long, its form too distorted. He trailed behind us, his presence an oppressive weight, his presence a palpable violation of personal space. The balloons themselves seemed to possess a malevolent sentience. As the clown drifted closer, I noticed their surfaces were slick and viscous, the colors unnaturally bright, almost phosphorescent. The air around them seemed to shimmer, as if distorted by some unseen force. I could feel a subtle hum emanating from them, a low vibration that resonated in my bones, and that created an unsettling tremor in my hands. I tried to move away, to escape the oppressive weight of the clown's presence, but I couldn't. It felt as if an invisible force held me in place, preventing my escape. The clown, with his unnerving stare and grotesquely cheerful grin, simply continued to trail us, his movements as disturbing as his appearance. The balloon animal, absurdly bright, dangled from his hand, its shadow growing larger and darker as the night wore on. The clowns weren't just frightening, they were unnervingly effective in manipulating our emotions. Their presence incited a potent cocktail of fear, fascination, and even, at times, a perverse sense of empathy. They seemed to embody the most profound fears of childhood, distorted and exaggerated to nightmarish extremes. Their laughter, the sounds of their distorted movements, the strange shimmering quality of their makeup, and those unsettlingly bright, slick balloons, everything amplified the underlying horror of this place. Their presence was a constant, suffocating reminder of our own mortality, of the inherent darkness that lurked beneath the surface of all things. They represented something fundamentally wrong, something deeply twisted, something beyond human understanding. And as we moved further into the carnival's heart, they seemed to grow more numerous, their presence growing more pervasive, their threat far more acute. Escape seemed less and less likely with each passing moment. The clowns, the constant, sinister presence, was the essence of the carnival's unrelenting terror, a nightmare made manifest. And it was far from over. The music swelled, a discordant symphony of clashing cymbals and off-key trumpets, yet it felt strangely muted, as if the sound itself were afraid to fully assert itself. We pressed on, the air growing thicker, heavy with the scent of decaying cotton candy and something else, something acrid and metallic, like old blood. The path twisted and turned, leading us deeper into the labyrinthine heart of the carnival, the clowns a constant, unsettling presence at the edges of our vision. Then, a flicker of movement caught my eye. It wasn't a clown this time, it was something else, something far more sinister. Hidden behind a tattered tent, partially obscured by a swirling cloud of unnatural mist, I saw a figure, tall and gaunt, draped in a long, black cloak that seemed to absorb the little light that managed to penetrate the carnival's oppressive gloom. Its face was obscured by the shadows, but I could sense a presence, a palpable malevolence that sent a shiver down my spine. As we drew closer, the figure shifted, revealing a glimpse of a pale, skeletal hand clutching a tarnished silver locket. The locket was intricately carved, depicting a scene of grotesque revelry, tiny figures engaged in a macabre dance. It pulsed with a faint, internal light, emitting a low hum that resonated deep within my chest. The hum seemed to intensify the already unnerving atmosphere, drawing us closer, as if under some unseen spell. The figure seemed to sense our approach, its movements subtle yet somehow menacing. It turned slowly, its back still mostly obscured by the shadows, but a sense of profound malice radiated from it. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a palpable tension that threatened to break the silence. The laughter of the clown seemed to fade into the background, swallowed by the growing unease. Suddenly, the figure raised its hand, revealing the locket more clearly. The tiny figures within the locket seemed to writhe and twist, their movements unnatural and disturbing, mimicking the grotesque dance of the clowns. The hum intensified, and a low, guttural whisper, barely audible above the carnival's cacophony, slithered through the air, a wordless incantation that felt both ancient and utterly terrifying. A wave of nausea washed over me, a feeling of dizziness and disorientation. The world seemed to tilt and sway, the carnival's twisted landscape blurring at the edges. The air itself felt charged, heavy with a malevolent energy that seemed to drain the very life from my body. I stumbled, my legs weak, the ground seeming to shift beneath my feet. My family, equally affected, struggled to maintain their balance. Fear, raw and primal, clawed at our throats. This was no ordinary carnival. This was something far more sinister, something ancient and deeply malevolent. The games, the rides, the clowns, they were all part of a larger, more terrifying ritual, a dark ceremony hidden beneath a veneer of twisted amusement. As the figure raised the locket again, a shaft of moonlight pierced the oppressive gloom, illuminating its face for a fleeting moment. It was old, impossibly old, its features etched with the scars of time and untold horrors. Its eyes burned with an infernal light, reflecting the grotesque scene within the locket, and then it spoke. Its voice was like the rasp of nails on a coffin, echoing the guttural whispers we had previously sensed. "Welcome," the voice rasped, "to the Festival of Shadows." The words hung in the air, heavy with malice, revealing the carnival's true purpose. This wasn't a place of amusement, it was a place of sacrifice, a nexus of dark energy feeding on the fear and despair of its victims. The clowns, the grotesque games, the unsettling atmosphere, they were all designed to lure in the unwary, to trap them in this nightmarish realm. The figure revealed its dark agenda, the true sinister purpose behind the seemingly innocent facade of the carnival. It explained that for centuries, this carnival had roamed the earth, feeding on human emotion. The fear, the terror, the despair of its victims were the lifeblood of this grotesque entity. The clowns weren't just entertainers, they were conduits, channeling the negative energy into the locket, which acted as a focus point for the carnival's malevolent power. The locket itself was an ancient artifact, a vessel of dark magic, its grotesque carvings a testament to the entity's long and bloody history. Each intricate detail, each tiny figure engaged in their macabre dance, represented a past sacrifice, a soul trapped within the locket's infernal prison. The hum emanating from the locket was the collective scream of countless tormented souls, a symphony of anguish and despair. The carnival wasn't just a place of horror, it was a living entity, a parasitic being that thrived on human suffering. The laughter of the clowns, the warped reflections in the House of Mirrors, the decaying attractions, all were designed to manipulate the emotions of its victims, to lure them into a deeper state of fear, making them more susceptible to the entity's influence. The entity explained that the carnival needed new victims, new sources of fear and despair to maintain its power. We had stumbled upon its temporary haven, a fleeting moment in its eternal pilgrimage across the earth. We were now trapped, caught in its macabre game, destined to become another offering to its insatiable hunger. The figure's voice dropped to a near whisper, a chilling explanation of the sacrifices. The souls trapped within the locket fueled the carnival's existence, their essence providing the power that bound the spectral entity to the physical world. It revealed a harrowing history, detailing horrific rituals performed across continents, ages ago, stories whispered in hushed tones by those who had narrowly escaped its clutches. The carousel wasn't just a ride, it was a symbol of the eternal cycle of suffering, the ever-turning wheel of torment. The entity's power manifested in the carnival itself. The twisted landscape, the unsettling atmosphere, the constant presence of the clowns, all were manifestations of its dark energy, a tangible manifestation of its malevolent essence. The ground seemed to shift and groan beneath our feet, the air growing thick with a palpable sense of foreboding. The entity's words were a chilling confirmation of our worst fears. We weren't just lost, we were prey. But there was hope, a glimmer of light in the oppressive darkness. The entity explained that the locket's power could be broken, that the carnival could be destroyed, but only through a sacrifice of equal magnitude. It challenged us, offering a choice: surrender to the carnival, becoming another victim in its endless cycle of torment, or finding the strength to face its power and fight back, even if it meant making the ultimate sacrifice. The shadowed figure, the carnival's sinister heart, waited, its gaze unwavering, its malicious intent palpable. The fate of our family, and perhaps the world itself, hung in the balance. The decision was ours, but time was running out. The carnival's shadow stretched long and dark, its terrifying agenda clear for all to see. The game had begun. Panic, raw and visceral, seized us. The entity's words, a chilling testament to the carnival's true nature, hung heavy in the air. We were trapped, not just lost in a bizarre amusement park, but ensnared in a centuries-old web of dark magic, prey to a malevolent being that fed on our fear. Escape seemed impossible, a futile dream in this nightmarish realm where shadows danced and laughter turned to screams. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the unsettling silence that followed the entity's chilling pronouncements. The carnival itself seemed to hold its breath, the grotesque laughter of the clowns momentarily stilled, replaced by a suffocating tension that pressed down on us like a physical weight. My children, their faces pale and drawn, clung to me, their small hands trembling in my grasp. My wife, her eyes wide with terror, looked to me for guidance, for strength I didn't know if I possessed. We had to escape. The thought, a fragile ember in the suffocating darkness, fueled a desperate surge of adrenaline. We couldn't stay here, couldn't become another offering to this insatiable entity. The entity's words echoed in my mind. A sacrifice of equal magnitude was required to break the locket's power. But what sacrifice? And how could we, three ordinary people, hope to contend with a force that had thrived for centuries? Our first instinct was to retrace our steps, to find the path that had led us into this nightmare. But the labyrinthine layout of the carnival, once a source of unsettling curiosity, now seemed deliberately designed to disorient and trap. Every turn brought us to a dead end, every path a deceptive illusion that led us back to the same twisted alleyways, the same horrifying scenes of grotesque revelry. The clowns, silent now, seemed to melt into the shadows, their painted smiles replaced by something far more sinister, a lurking presence that watched our every move. We tried to find a pattern, a logic in the carnival's chaotic design, but there was none. The paths twisted and turned unpredictably, the tents shifting and rearranging themselves as if propelled by unseen hands. We were trapped in a surreal, ever-changing maze, our sense of direction lost, our hope dwindling with every failed attempt to escape. The air grew colder, a biting chill that seeped into our bones, despite the oppressive heat that had previously clung to the carnival's atmosphere. A mist, thick and unnatural, began to swirl around us, obscuring our vision, distorting the already warped landscape. We stumbled through the gloom, our senses assaulted by the unsettling sounds of the carnival, the creak of rusted rides, the muffled whispers of the clowns, the rhythmic thump of an unseen drumbeat that seemed to pulse with the carnival's malevolent energy. Desperate, we sought refuge in a seemingly deserted tent, hoping to find a hidden passage, a secret exit. Inside, the air hung heavy with the stench of decay and damp earth. The canvas was torn, revealing glimpses of the night sky, but the stars seemed cold and distant, offering no comfort, no solace in this nightmarish world. The tent was filled with strange artifacts, tarnished mirrors that reflected distorted images, grotesque puppets with stitched smiles, and faded photographs depicting scenes of horrifying rituals. We found no passage, no escape route. Instead, the artifacts seemed to amplify the carnival's oppressive atmosphere, feeding the growing despair that threatened to consume us. We emerged from the tent, our hopes crushed, our bodies weary. The mist had thickened, enveloping us in a shroud of cold, damp air. We pressed on, driven by a desperate, primal instinct to survive. We moved blindly, our steps guided by a mixture of fear and sheer desperation. The clowns, no longer hidden in the shadows, now stalked us openly, their laughter echoing like the mocking cries of predatory creatures. We stumbled upon the House of Mirrors, its distorted reflections multiplying our fear, our despair. Each reflection was a mockery, a twisted caricature of our own terrified faces, adding to the overwhelming sense of hopelessness. We forced ourselves to continue, struggling against the insidious urge to succumb to the carnival's terrifying embrace. As we pushed forward, we began to notice subtle changes in the landscape. The grotesque decorations seemed to be melting, the twisted structures dissolving into a swirling mass of mist. The air itself seemed to be collapsing, the oppressive atmosphere thinning, as if the carnival itself were crumbling under some unseen pressure. We pushed through the dissolving landscape, the carnival's grasp loosening as we approached the edge of this nightmare. Our escape wasn't a triumphant sprint, but a stumbling, terrified retreat through a collapsing realm. Yet, even as we neared the edge, a sense of dread remained, a lingering unease that clung to us like the mist. We had escaped the carnival's immediate clutches, but the chilling memory of its nightmarish world, its ancient malevolence, its unrelenting terror, remained. The encounter had left an indelible scar on our souls, a constant reminder of the hidden horrors that lurk beneath the surface of the world, waiting to trap the unwary. Had we truly escaped? Or had we simply moved from one nightmare to another, carrying the seeds of fear and despair within us, forever marked by the night we stumbled into the festival of shadows? The answer, like the carnival itself, remains shrouded in mystery, a chilling enigma that haunts our thoughts, a perpetual reminder of the terrors that await those who stray too far from the beaten path. The experience, once recounted, was dismissed as a collective hallucination fueled by fatigue and stress, but the unsettling reality persisted, a silent testament to the terrors that lie beyond the edges of our perception. The shadowy carnival left its mark, a scar on the fabric of reality, a mark etched onto our souls. We escaped the immediate threat, but the shadowed fear remained, a persistent chill in the heart of the memory, a constant reminder of what we saw, what we felt, and the unresolved questions that still haunt our dreams. Story 4: The Deserted Island. The salt spray stung my eyes, the taste of the ocean bitter on my tongue. The splintered remains of the Serafina, our once proud schooner, lay scattered across the jagged rocks, a grim testament to the storm's fury. We were alive, miraculously, but our survival felt less like a victory and more like a cruel reprieve. 3 of us remained, myself, Elias, the grizzled first mate, and young Finn, the cabin boy, his face a mask of shock and exhaustion. The others, they were lost to the raging sea, their screams still echoing in the recesses of my memory, a haunting chorus that promised to accompany me for the rest of my days. The island was a desolate, forbidding place. Jagged volcanic peaks pierced the sky, their dark silhouettes etched against a bruised, gray horizon. The beach, a narrow strip of black sand, was littered with debris, twisted pieces of wood, tangled fishing nets, and the occasional gruesome reminder of our lost companions. The air hung heavy with the scent of salt, seaweed, and something else, something faintly acrid, something unsettling. The first few days were a blur of exhaustion and despair. We salvaged what we could from the wreckage, a few tins of food, a rusty axe, a tattered sail. We huddled together for warmth, fighting the creeping chill that permeated the island's very essence. The nights were the worst, filled with the cries of unseen birds, the relentless crashing of waves against the shore, and the gnawing fear of the unknown. Elias, his face etched with the lines of a life spent battling the elements, remained stoic, a silent bulwark against our despair. He took charge, organizing our meager resources, rationing our food, and ensuring we maintained a semblance of order. Finn, despite his youth, displayed a surprising resilience, his quiet determination a stark contrast to my own internal turmoil. We explored the island, venturing cautiously into its interior. The landscape was harsh and unforgiving, dense thickets of thorny bushes, treacherous ravines, and looming cliffs that seemed to claw at the sky. We found no fresh water, only brackish puddles and stagnant pools that promised illness rather than sustenance. The silence of the island was unnerving, broken only by the wind whispering secrets through the twisted branches of gnarled trees and the occasional screech of a bird of prey circling overhead. The island was ancient, its geological history etched in the very rocks under our feet. There were strange formations, rock structures that defied easy explanation, suggesting some kind of prehistoric activity, perhaps even a forgotten civilization that had once called this forsaken place home. We found fragments of pottery, eroded tools, and strange symbols carved into the rocks, enigmatic glyphs that seemed to hum with a silent energy, hinting at some long-forgotten mystery. One day, deep within the island's interior, we stumbled upon a cave. The entrance was partially obscured by a curtain of vines, its darkness a gaping maw promising something both terrifying and irresistible. Armed with our rusty axe and a flickering oil lamp, we ventured into the unknown. The cave was damp and claustrophobic, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something faintly sweet and sickening. The walls were slick with moisture, adorned with strange, phosphorescent fungi that cast an eerie, otherworldly glow. As we moved deeper into the cave, the silence intensified, replaced by a low, guttural humming that vibrated through the very ground beneath our feet. The cave opened into a larger chamber, its walls covered in intricate carvings. These were not the crude markings we had found on the surface. These were intricate designs, almost too perfect to have been created by human hands. They depicted scenes of ritual sacrifice, strange creatures with elongated limbs and piercing eyes, and symbols that resembled those we had found on the rocks above. In the center of the chamber, upon a pedestal of obsidian, rested a skull. It was human, but grotesquely oversized, its empty socket staring blankly ahead. A strange sense of dread permeated the air. It was a palpable presence, heavy and oppressive, pressing down on us like a physical weight. I felt a primal fear, a deep-seated terror that chilled me to the bone. Suddenly, the humming intensified, the ground beneath our feet vibrating violently. The phosphorescent fungi began to pulsate, their light flickering and growing brighter. The air grew thick and suffocating, the scent of that sweet, sickening odor growing stronger, almost overwhelming. A low growl emanated from the depths of the cave, a sound that echoed the ancient malevolence of the island itself. The skull on the pedestal seemed to radiate an unnatural energy, its empty sockets seemingly fixed upon us. We turned to flee, but the exit was blocked. A wall of rock had inexplicably sealed itself shut, trapping us within the cave. We were prisoners in this ancient, subterranean tomb, surrounded by the chilling silence, the unnerving energy, and the ominous presence of something ancient and malevolent. The island, once simply a desolate place of survival, had now revealed a far more terrifying truth, a truth that hinted at ancient mysteries, dark rituals, and a malevolence that stretched back beyond the reach of human comprehension. Our struggle for survival had just taken a terrifying turn. The island wasn't just deserted, it was haunted. And we were trapped. The whispers in the wind, previously dismissed as the sounds of nature, now felt like the taunts of an ancient, unseen entity. Our hope, already fragile, now seemed to crumble under the weight of this new, terrifying reality. The air was growing colder, the humming louder, and the skull seemed to be watching us, waiting. The growl deepened, resonating within the very bones of the cave. It was a sound that spoke of ages past, a primal scream echoing through millennia of darkness. We huddled together, Elias's hand resting heavily on the axe, his eyes scanning the walls, searching for any sign of weakness, any escape route. Finn, his face ashen, whimpered softly, his breath misting in the frigid air. The phosphorescent fungi pulsed with an almost frantic energy, their light casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed on the cave walls. The carvings, previously mesmerizing in their intricacy, now seemed menacing, their details morphing in the flickering light, taking on monstrous forms. I traced a finger across one particularly disturbing image, a figure seemingly crucified upon an altar of jagged rocks, surrounded by figures bearing ritualistic implements. The symbolism was unmistakable. This wasn't just a primitive society, this was a place of dark worship, of unspeakable rites. We searched the chamber meticulously, our movements slow and cautious, our senses strained to their limits. We found more artifacts, intricately carved bone implements, strange obsidian figurines depicting grotesque, winged creatures, and shards of pottery adorned with symbols that mirrored those we had found earlier. Each discovery only deepened the mystery, intensifying the unsettling feeling that we had stumbled upon something ancient and profoundly evil. Beneath the pedestal holding the oversized skull, we found a hidden compartment. Within lay a collection of scrolls, their surfaces covered in a strange, almost metallic script. The material felt unlike anything I had ever encountered, smooth and cold to the touch. Elias tried to decipher the script, but it defied any known language, any known system of writing. It seemed to hum with a faint energy, a silent resonance that sent a shiver down my spine. The scrolls spoke of rituals, of sacrifices, of a power that defied human understanding. The language wasn't just written, it felt alive. One scroll depicted a ritualistic sacrifice, involving the skull we had found. The drawings indicated that the skull belonged to a powerful shaman, a conduit for an ancient entity. The shaman, it seemed, had been sacrificed to appease this entity, a being of immense power and terrifying malevolence. The sacrifices were supposed to strengthen the entity's hold on the island, protecting it against outside intrusion. As we continued to read, the humming intensified, the ground trembling violently. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and cracks appeared in the walls, the cave seemingly straining against some unseen force. The smell, that sickly sweet odor, grew stronger, filling our lungs and causing us to gasp for breath. We discovered further disturbing evidence, a network of tunnels branching off from the main chamber. These tunnels were narrower, more claustrophobic, their walls slick with a viscous, dark substance that felt strangely warm to the touch. The air within these tunnels was heavy with the scent of decay and something else, something metallic, the scent of blood. In one of the tunnels, we found a series of chambers, each containing human remains, skeletons arranged in disturbing poses, some seemingly nailed to the walls, others piled in grotesque heaps. The bones were remarkably well preserved, indicating that the deaths had occurred not long ago. This wasn't simply a relic of an ancient culture, this was a recent, ongoing horror. The bones were not simply scattered, they were arranged in specific patterns, their placement seeming to correspond to the symbols and carvings we had seen throughout the cave. It was a macabre tableau, a morbid testament to a dark and terrifying ritual. We were not just in a forgotten tomb, we were in a place of active, ongoing sacrifice. The realization was terrifying. The island was not just haunted, it was actively being used. And we were trapped within the heart of its evil. Panic clawed at the edges of my composure. Finn sobbed uncontrollably, his young frame trembling with fear. Elias, his face grim, his jaw clenched, remained stoic, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a deadly intensity. But even he seemed shaken, the lines etched on his face deepened by a profound, chilling terror. The humming reached a crescendo, the ground shaking violently. A monstrous roar echoed through the cave, a sound that seemed to claw at our very souls. The walls of the cave pulsed with a malevolent energy, the air thick with a suffocating pressure. I felt a presence, a dark, ancient malevolence that seemed to press down upon us, threatening to crush us beneath its weight. Suddenly, the ground beneath our feet gave way. We tumbled into a chasm, falling through darkness, the roar of the unseen creature echoing above us, its terrifying presence looming just beyond the reach of our senses. We landed hard, the impact jarring us to the core. We were surrounded by more tunnels, the air thick with the stench of decay and the chilling silence of impending doom. Our descent continued, and the only thing that illuminated our way were the eerie phosphorescent fungi. We found ourselves in another chamber, larger than the last, with a pool of water reflecting an eerie glow from what looked like phosphorescent moss on the walls. The water was stagnant, with a strange oily sheen and a stench that made us gag. The chamber was circular, with the walls covered in the same disturbing carvings and symbols we had witnessed earlier. In the center of the chamber, on a small altar, lay a single object, a tarnished silver locket. It was intricately crafted, featuring a symbol that mirrored those we had found throughout the island and the cave. Inside the locket was a small, dried flower. The flower emitted a faint warmth, a gentle pulsation against the chilling atmosphere of the chamber. As we cautiously approached the locket, a low whisper filled the air, a voice that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the chamber. It spoke in a language we didn't understand, yet its meaning was chillingly clear, a warning, a threat. The island itself seemed to be speaking to us, revealing a dark secret, a dreadful truth that our very survival depended on us ignoring. The flower within the locket pulsed more intensely, a beacon of warmth amidst the chilling cold of the subterranean tomb. It seemed to possess a life of its own. As we examined it, the humming intensified, the cave threatening to collapse around us. The flower pulsed faster, its warmth radiating outwards, a comforting presence in this chilling hell. Then, a change happened. The humming stopped and silence fell, heavier than before. The phosphorescent fungi dimmed, and the air grew cold, chilling to the bone. The eerie glow reflected on the water of the pool in the center of the chamber. The locket in our hands suddenly started to radiate an intense white light. We were surrounded by a dazzling, brilliant white light, and it felt like something was happening. The carvings, the stones, the symbols all felt different, as if something had shifted and changed. The air was no longer heavy, but filled with an unsettling calmness. The reality of our situation pressed upon us. We were trapped deep within a haunted island's heart, our survival hanging by a thread. The discoveries we'd made were far more than unsettling clues. They were terrifying revelations, painting a horrifying picture of an ancient, malevolent force that had claimed this desolate island as its own. The eerie calmness was more unsettling than the previous chaos, and it hinted that something far worse was to come. Our journey was far from over. The island still held secrets, and they promised to be far more terrifying than anything we could ever imagine. The oppressive silence that followed the blinding light was almost more terrifying than the previous cacophony. The air hung heavy, thick with an unnatural stillness that pressed down on us, suffocating. The phosphorescent fungi, previously a source of eerie illumination, had dimmed to near extinction, leaving us in near total darkness, punctuated only by the faint, almost imperceptible glow emanating from the silver locket in Elias's hand. Then, a scratching sound. A subtle, almost imperceptible sound, but it sliced through the silence like a knife, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. It came from the pool of stagnant water in the center of the chamber, a slow, deliberate scraping against the stone. Slowly, cautiously, we circled the pool, our eyes strained in the darkness. The scratching sound continued, growing in intensity, accompanied by a low, guttural gurgling. The surface of the water, previously still, began to ripple, disturbed by something unseen beneath. Suddenly, something emerged from the depths. It was unlike anything I had ever witnessed. It was humanoid in form, vaguely resembling a woman, but its flesh was a sickly, grayish-green, glistening with a strange, oily sheen. Its limbs were elongated and impossibly thin, its fingers ending in sharp, hooked claws. But it was its face that truly horrified us. Its skin was stretched taut over bone, revealing a skull-like structure beneath. Its eyes, large and black, glowed with an unnatural light, and its mouth was a gaping maw filled with needle-sharp teeth. It rose slowly from the water, its movements fluid and unnatural, its long fingers dripping with the oily liquid from the pool. The creature let out a chilling, high-pitched shriek, a sound that seemed to claw at our sanity, a sound that vibrated within our very bones. The shriek echoed through the chamber, bouncing off the walls, magnifying the horror. Finn screamed, a high, piercing cry of terror that was swallowed by the vastness of the chamber. He stumbled backward, his eyes wide with a primal fear that mirrored my own. Elias, ever the stoic, stood his ground, his hand tightening on the axe. The creature lunged, its movements surprisingly fast despite its skeletal frame. Elias swung the axe with a savage cry, the blade whistling through the air. But the creature was too quick, too agile. It dodged the blow with unnatural ease, its movements fluid and almost liquid, like something made of smoke and shadow. Its claws raked across Elias's arm, tearing his flesh and leaving a deep gash. He roared in pain, but he didn't flinch, his eyes fixed on the creature with a deadly intensity. The creature let out another shriek, a triumphant, chilling sound. More creatures emerged from the water, their bodies contorting in ways that defied the laws of anatomy. Some resembled grotesque amphibians, their skin slick and glistening, their eyes burning with malevolent light. Others were more insectoid, their bodies segmented and chitinous, their multiple limbs ending in needle-sharp claws. Their movements were unnervingly synchronized, as if controlled by a single, malevolent mind. The air grew thick with the stench of decay and something else, something metallic, the scent of blood, overwhelming our senses. We fought back, our movements clumsy and desperate against their unnatural grace and speed. Elias fought with a ferocity born of desperation, his axe flashing in the near darkness, while Finn, despite his fear, managed to hurl rocks at the creatures, his aim surprisingly accurate, distracting the onslaught. I knew we were outnumbered, outmatched. These weren't simply animals, they were something else, something unnatural. Their speed and agility, their unnatural resilience, their sheer malevolence suggested something far beyond the realm of the ordinary. They moved with a disturbing coordination, as if they were parts of a single entity, connected by some unseen force. Their skin was strangely resistant to the axe's blows, the blade glancing off their oily flesh with a sickening thud. As I fought, I noticed a peculiar pattern to their movements. They seemed to be drawn to the locket in Elias's hand, their movements growing more frantic, more desperate as they closed in. The locket, which had seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth before, now throbbed with a furious, almost unbearable energy. We fought, backing away from the relentless onslaught of the creatures, until our backs were pressed against the cold, damp stone wall of the chamber. I felt a surge of despair. We were trapped, surrounded by these nightmarish creatures, with no hope of escape. Then, suddenly, the locket in Elias's hand exploded with an intense, blinding white light, far brighter than before. The creatures shrieked, their bodies convulsing violently, recoiling from the intense light as if it burned them. They scrambled back into the water, disappearing into the depths with disturbingly fluid movements. The light intensified, pulsating with an almost unbearable energy. The light then faded as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind an echoing silence, punctuated only by the dripping water and our ragged breathing. The chamber seemed different somehow. The carvings on the walls appeared less menacing, almost serene. The air, still heavy with the stench of decay, felt strangely cleansed, the metallic scent of blood diminished. The change was profound, a shift in the very essence of the place. The creatures were gone. For now. But the unsettling quiet that remained was infinitely more terrifying. The feeling of having faced something utterly alien, something that defied understanding and challenged our very definition of reality, was imprinted on our souls. The island, it seemed, held a power far beyond human comprehension, a power that could create and destroy life and death, reality and nightmare. Our ordeal was far from over. The island's secrets were far from exhausted. The locket remained, a silent testament to the nightmarish creatures we had encountered, a grim reminder of the ancient evil that dwelled in this forsaken place, waiting for an opportunity to return. The terrifying silence whispered of what horrors lay in wait, concealed within the heart of this deserted island, within the shadows of its ancient ruins. The silence that followed was not the peaceful quiet of nature, but a heavy, suffocating stillness pregnant with unspoken dread. The phosphorescent fungi, our only guide through the oppressive darkness, had winked out entirely, leaving us shrouded in an absolute blackness that pressed against our eyes and seemed to seep into our very bones. Only the faint, rhythmic drip, drip, drip of water echoed in the claustrophobic chamber, a relentless counterpoint to the pounding of our hearts. Elias, his arm a gruesome testament to the creature's claws, examined the wound by the meager light of the locket. The silver, instead of its previous gentle warmth, pulsed with a faint, internal tremor. It was as if the locket itself held its breath, mirroring the tension that choked the air around us. Finn, still trembling from his encounter, clutched a jagged piece of rock, his knuckles white. He was a whirlwind of silent anxiety, a stark contrast to Elias's grim determination. What were those things? Finn finally managed to stammer, his voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the oppressive silence. Elias looked at me, his eyes filled with a chilling certainty that sobered me more than any scream could have. They were guardians, he said, his voice low and grave. Guardians of something far more ancient, far more sinister than we could ever imagine. He explained, his voice low, measured, as he traced the intricate carvings on the wall with a trembling finger. The glyphs, barely visible in the gloom, seemed to shift and writhe in the periphery of my vision, as if they were trying to communicate something beyond my comprehension. He spoke of a civilization that had flourished on this island millennia ago, a civilization that wielded powers we could only dream of, powers that bent the very fabric of reality itself. A civilization, he posited, that had plumbed depths of knowledge far beyond our grasp, delving into the forbidden, into the dark arts that lay beyond human understanding. Their power had been immense, their ambition boundless. Their end, however, had been equally catastrophic. He spoke of rituals, of sacrifices, of a pact struck with entities beyond human comprehension, entities that were neither gods nor demons, but something far older, something far more alien. These were entities that existed outside the confines of our understanding of reality, things that dwelt in the spaces between worlds, and the shadows beyond the comprehension of humankind. The beings we had faced were not merely monstrous creatures, they were guardians, protectors of the forbidden knowledge, the terrible secrets buried deep within the heart of the island. According to the carvings, the civilization had sought immortality, attempting to merge with the very essence of the island, to become one with the ancient power that throbbed beneath its surface. They had succeeded, to a horrifying degree. But their success had come at a terrible price. The fusion had warped them, transforming them into monstrous entities that were no longer truly human. They had become the horrifying creatures that guarded the secrets of the island, their existence a nightmarish testament to the dangers of unchecked ambition and forbidden knowledge. The carvings, Elias explained, depicted their desperate attempts to contain the power they had unleashed, their frantic efforts to seal the ancient evils they had inadvertently awakened. The rituals, the sacrifices, the desperate struggle against the very forces they had invoked, it was all etched into the stone, a silent, horrifying testament to their downfall. The island itself, he claimed, was not merely a piece of land, it was a living entity, a nexus of power, a conduit to the ancient, malevolent forces that lay beyond our understanding. The locket, he theorized, was a key, a fragment of the technology or artifact that had facilitated their initial contact with these entities. It held a fragment of their power, a dangerous, volatile energy that attracted the creatures, and that, in turn, had drawn us to this forsaken place. The explosion of light, he hypothesized, was not a random event but a desperate, final act of defense by the locket itself, a powerful expulsion of energy designed to repel these monstrous guardians. But the guardians, he stressed, were merely a symptom. The true danger, The real heart of the island's darkness lay deeper, hidden beneath the ruins, concealed within the very fabric of the island itself. It was a danger so ancient, so powerful, that it defied human comprehension, a power that could consume entire civilizations, wiping them from existence without leaving a trace. The carvings suggested a deeper level, a hidden chamber beneath the ruins, a place where the civilization's greatest secrets were kept, a place where the most forbidden knowledge had been stored. This chamber, Elias believed, was the source of the island's power, the wellspring of the ancient evil that guarded this forsaken place. The oppressive atmosphere intensified. The air grew heavy, thick with an almost palpable sense of dread. The silence pressed down on us, amplifying every creak, every drip of water, turning them into monstrous sounds in the suffocating darkness. The realization of what we faced, not just monstrous creatures, but ancient evils, forgotten horrors that defied understanding, was a cold, heavy weight on our souls. The fear was no longer the primal terror of being hunted, it was a deeper, existential dread, the chilling knowledge that we had stumbled upon something far beyond our capabilities to comprehend, something that existed outside the boundaries of human experience. We were not just facing monsters, we were facing the dark heart of the island, the terrible legacy of a civilization that had attempted to reach beyond the limits of human understanding and had paid a horrifying price. We sat in the oppressive silence for what felt like an eternity, the only sound the relentless dripping of water. The locket pulsed faintly in Elias's hand, a cold, metallic thrum that echoed the chilling emptiness in my heart. The oppressive weight of what we had faced pressed on us, the realization of the scale of the danger far beyond our comprehension. Then, Elias spoke again, his voice barely audible above the dripping water. "We have to find the chamber," he whispered, his voice filled with a grim determination that was both terrifying and reassuring. "We have to find the source of this evil, before it consumes everything." Finn shivered, his fear palpable. "But how? How do we find something hidden by creatures like that?" Elias pointed towards the carvings, his finger tracing the lines that seemed to pulsate with an unseen energy. "The carvings are a map," he said, his voice still low but firm. "A map to the deepest secrets of this island, a map to the heart of its darkness. The journey will not be easy, but if we fail, we could doom not only ourselves, but perhaps the world itself." His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of impending doom. The island's secrets, its true nature, had been revealed to us, a chilling truth more terrifying than any monster we could have imagined. The creatures we had faced were merely guardians. The true horror lay deeper, concealed within the very heart of the island, waiting to be unleashed. Our fight, we realized, had just begun. The true ordeal was yet to come, a descent into the very depths of this malevolent land, a confrontation with an ancient evil that threatened to swallow us whole. The journey ahead, we knew, would test our courage, our sanity, and perhaps, our very souls. The deserted island held a darkness far older than we could have ever conceived, and we were about to step into its heart. The air hung thick and heavy, a suffocating blanket woven from the stench of decay and the chilling dampness of the cavern. The phosphorescent fungi, our only light source, remained stubbornly extinguished, leaving us to navigate by the faintest glimmer reflected from the locket in Elias's hand. Each step was a gamble, each sound a potential harbinger of the Guardian's return. The silence, once again, pressed down, a crushing weight that threatened to silence our thoughts and steal our breath. Finn, his earlier bravado shattered, moved like a wraith, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. He stumbled over a loose rock, a sharp gasp escaping his lips. The sound echoed in the cavern, amplifying the oppressive silence that followed. For a long moment, we remained frozen, listening intently, straining our ears for any sign of movement, any indication of our pursuer's presence. The only sound was the relentless drip, drip, drip of water, a ceaseless reminder of our precarious situation. Elias, his face grim with determination, moved with a quiet efficiency that belied his exhaustion and the gruesome wound on his arm. He examined the carvings on the wall again, his fingertip tracing the intricate patterns with painstaking care. The faint, internal tremor in the locket intensified, a cold, metallic pulse that resonated with the rising tension in the air. It seemed to be guiding him, its subtle vibrations a silent compass in the oppressive darkness. Following Elias, we moved deeper into the labyrinthine network of tunnels, the claustrophobic space closing in around us. The walls seemed to breathe, exhaling a musty odor that clung to the back of my throat. The air grew colder, the humidity giving way to a bone-chilling dampness that seeped into our clothes and chilled us to the core. Every shadow seemed to writhe and shift, every echo a whispered threat. Hours bled into one another, a monotonous succession of crawling, climbing, and cautiously exploring dark recesses. The tunnel walls were slick with moisture, our hands and clothes perpetually damp and cold. The silence was punctuated only by the occasional scraping of our boots against the stone and the rhythmic drip of water, a soundtrack to our descent into the heart of the island's darkness. We encountered several more dead ends, each a chilling reminder of the island's labyrinthine complexity. Elias, however, seemed undeterred, his focus unwavering. He interpreted the carvings with an almost supernatural acuity, his understanding of the ancient script seemingly intuitive. His interpretation of the glyphs suggested a network of passages, a complex maze designed to lead those who were unworthy away from the chamber's entrance. The carvings, he explained, weren't merely decorative, they were a filter, a test designed to determine whether the seeker was worthy of the knowledge hidden within. As we proceeded, the air grew colder, the sense of unease escalating to a palpable dread. We began to encounter pockets of unnatural stillness, areas where the dripping water ceased, where even the faintest air current seemed to vanish. These spaces were filled with a silent, suffocating pressure that felt as if the very earth were holding its breath. It was a chilling premonition of the ancient power we were approaching. The final leg of our journey was fraught with peril. We encountered a cavern of immense size, the floor littered with the skeletal remains of what looked like ancient, monstrous creatures. The sight was horrifying, but the sheer scale of the cavern overshadowed the immediate horror. It was vast, echoing with a profound silence that amplified the pounding of our hearts. At the far end, bathed in an ethereal luminescence, was a massive, monolithic structure, carved from a dark, obsidian-like stone. The structure pulsed with a faint light, a rhythmic throbbing that seemed to resonate within our very bones. As we approached, the air thrummed with an almost palpable energy, a potent power that emanated from the massive stone structure. Elias warned us to remain vigilant, his voice barely a whisper, his eyes reflecting the eerie glow of the structure before us. He identified the structure as the entrance to the chamber, a doorway to the island's deepest secrets, a gateway to the unknown. The entrance to the chamber was concealed within the monolithic structure, a seamless blend of stone and shadow that had been almost impossible to detect from a distance. It was a perfectly crafted opening, almost imperceptible save for a subtle alteration in the texture of the stone. Elias gently pushed against a section of the stone, revealing a hidden passage. The entrance felt cold, almost unnatural to the touch, as if the stone itself possessed a sentient awareness. As we entered the passage, we moved into a space beyond our comprehension. The air grew still, devoid of even the faintest breath of wind. The silence here was absolute, complete. It was a silence that was not just the absence of sound, but an absence of everything, of life, of movement, of time itself. The only light came from a faint, ethereal luminescence emanating from the stone walls, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist with a life of their own. The chamber itself was immense, its vastness seemingly endless, its very existence defying logic and reason. The chamber was circular, with walls that seemed to curve inward, defying the laws of perspective and geometry. The floor was smooth, polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the ethereal light in a dizzying array of patterns and shapes. Symbols and glyphs were etched into the stone walls, their meaning lost to time, but their power tangible. The air hummed with a potent energy, a tangible force that seemed to vibrate within our very bodies. In the center of the chamber, atop a raised dais, sat a single object, a crystal orb, pulsating with a soft, inner light. The orb was mesmerizing, its ethereal glow emanating an aura of immense power and ancient mystery. It seemed to draw us closer, its allure almost irresistible. We were surrounded by a sense of awe, wonder, and terror. This was the culmination of our ordeal, the heart of the island's forbidden secrets. Elias moved towards the orb with cautious reverence, his eyes fixed on the mesmerizing glow. As he reached out to touch it, the chamber shuddered. The walls pulsed with light, the floor trembled beneath our feet. The air crackled with energy, the silence abruptly shattered by a low, guttural groan that echoed from the depths of the chamber. It was a sound of ancient power, a sound of immense age and untold power, a sound that spoke of horrors beyond human comprehension. The orb's glow intensified, its light blinding, overwhelming. A wave of energy surged out, engulfing us in a blinding flash of light. When my vision cleared, the orb was gone. The chamber was empty, save for us and the echoes of the ancient groan that still vibrated in the air. We emerged from the chamber, battered, exhausted, and changed. The journey had tested our limits, pushing us to the brink of madness. We had survived, or had we? The question lingered, as unsettling as the island's dark secrets. The world outside seemed different, subtly altered, yet strangely familiar. The sun shone brightly, the birds sang, yet the experience had changed us irrevocably. Our escape was a victory, but the lingering questions haunted us as we set sail, the island receding in the distance, a dark silhouette against the horizon. The memories remained, a chilling testament to the terror we had faced and the mysteries we had uncovered. We had survived, but the shadows of the deserted island followed us, a haunting reminder of the journey into the heart of darkness and the enigmatic question of whether we had truly escaped its clutches. The island's secrets remained, forever etched in our minds, a dark and chilling legacy of our harrowing ordeal. Story 5: The Vanishing Hitchhiker. The engine hummed, a low thrumming counterpoint to the silence of the desolate highway. Rain lashed against the windshield, blurring the already indistinct landscape into streaks of gray and black. My wipers fought a losing battle, smearing the downpour across the glass in frantic, rhythmic sweeps. Ahead, the road stretched out like a dark ribbon unwinding into the heart of nowhere, swallowed by the encroaching night. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, the tension in my arms mirroring the tightening knot in my stomach. It had been a long day, a grueling drive across miles of empty plains, the kind that stretches your nerves thin and leaves you craving the comforting glow of a familiar streetlight. This stretch of highway, however, offered no such solace. Only the relentless drumming of rain and the occasional, unsettling shriek of the wind slicing through the skeletal branches of the lone, wind-battered trees lining the road. The radio had given up the ghost hours ago, its static a grim parody of music. Silence, broken only by the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the unsettling thud of my own heartbeat, had become my unwelcome companion. Then, I saw it. A flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, a fleeting glimpse of something pale and indistinct in the relentless downpour. I slowed, my heart pounding a frantic tattoo against my ribs. There, at the edge of the road, stood a figure, silhouetted against the inky blackness of the night. A hitchhiker. Hesitation warred with a prickling sense of unease. Common sense screamed at me to drive on, to ignore the figure and continue my solitary journey towards the relative safety of the next town. But a morbid curiosity, a grim fascination with the unknown, held me captive. The rain hammered down, obscuring the hitchhikers' features, their form almost spectral in the deluge. Yet, something about their posture, their stillness, felt unnervingly wrong. I pulled over, the gravel crunching under my tires a jarring sound in the oppressive silence that followed the cessation of the engine. The rain intensified, turning the night into a swirling vortex of gray. I watched from the safety of my car as the figure approached, their movements slow, almost deliberate. They were tall, almost gaunt, their form wrapped in what looked like a tattered, dark cloak. Their face remained obscured by the shadow of a deep hood, an impenetrable veil that stoked my burgeoning fear. As they drew closer, I noticed details that sent a chill down my spine. The cloak, I realized, wasn't just tattered, it was soaked through, clinging to their frame like a second skin. It appeared almost translucent in places, revealing glimpses of something beneath, something skeletal, something unnatural. And their gait, it was unnatural, too. Not a limp, not a stumble, but something else, something vaguely unsettling, as if their movements were dictated not by their will but by some unseen force. I rolled down the window, the cold rain instantly drenching my face. The hitchhiker stopped a few feet from the car, their stillness absolute. There was no outstretched hand, no pleading gaze, just an unnerving silence, broken only by the persistent drumming of the rain. The scent of wet earth and decaying leaves mingled with something else, something subtly acrid, something that evoked a sense of ancient death. Need a ride? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the relentless downpour. There was no immediate answer. The figure remained motionless, an unnervingly still presence in the storm. Then, a voice, thin and reedy, like the rustling of dry leaves, drifted across the space. 2. Blackwood, it whispered. The word sounded strange, almost archaic, as if it belonged to a forgotten age. Blackwood. The name sent a shiver down my spine. I'd never heard of it, yet the word seemed to resonate with an ancient, unsettling power, as if it evoked a place shrouded in darkness and steeped in forgotten horrors. The road ahead stretched out, an endless black ribbon into the night. A sense of dread, thick and heavy, began to suffocate me. Get in, I said, my voice betraying a tremor I couldn't control. I couldn't explain it, but I felt compelled to help this spectral hitchhiker, this figure shrouded in darkness. Perhaps it was the loneliness of the night, or the isolation of the empty highway, or perhaps something more sinister. Whatever it was, it propelled me forward, defying my better judgment, ignoring the growing unease that gnawed at my insides. The hitchhiker slid into the passenger seat, their movements fluid yet unsettlingly swift. Their weight was almost non-existent, as if they were made of air. The tattered cloak released a wave of damp coldness that seeped into the car, a chill that went far beyond the temperature of the rain. I started the engine, the comforting roar momentarily masking the growing sense of unease. As I drove, the rain continued to fall, a relentless curtain that obscured the world outside. I glanced at my passenger, but could make out nothing but the dark, unyielding shadow of the hood. The only light came from my headlights, cutting through the darkness like two pale swords, revealing nothing but the endless stretch of empty highway ahead. The silence in the car was thick and heavy, punctuated only by the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the drumming of the rain. It was a silence that seemed to press in on me, a suffocating weight that squeezed the air from my lungs. The atmosphere felt charged, pregnant with anticipation, with a sense of impending dread that intensified with each passing moment. We drove for what seemed like hours, the landscape unchanging, an endless blur of rain and darkness. The occasional fleeting glimpse of a twisted tree or a shadowed field only served to enhance the isolation, the unsettling emptiness of the night. Then, I saw a sign, almost swallowed by the relentless downpour. Blackwood. The name was illuminated by a flickering light that seemed almost malevolent. As I approached, the road began to deteriorate, becoming rough and uneven. My speed slowed, the tires bumping against the potholes. The hitchhiker stirred, a barely perceptible movement, their silhouette shifting slightly. The air in the car crackled, a sudden surge of energy, almost electric, electrifying the atmosphere. I glanced at my passenger again, the dark shadow of the hood seeming to deepen, almost coalescing into a void. The road led us deeper into a dense forest, the trees looming like silent sentinels, their branches thick and gnarled. The rain intensified, turning the forest into a shadowy labyrinth, the darkness closing in around us, suffocating us. I felt a strange pull, a gravitational force pulling me towards the mysterious depths of Blackwood, the forest, like a dark siren song, beckoning me towards an unknown and potentially dangerous fate. Suddenly, the car lurched. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died. The headlights flickered and went out, plunging us into absolute darkness. A cold dread settled over me, its grip cold and relentless. The air crackled again, but this time, it was different. It felt like a threat, an icy warning. I felt a cold breath on my neck, a presence that was both terrifying and impossibly close. Turning to look at my passenger was now the most daunting task, the scariest of actions. The rain continued, its sound now a menacing symphony, as the last vestiges of my hopes seemed to vanish into the impenetrable darkness. Where I was and what was to follow was now only a mystery. The journey into Blackwood had commenced. The silence in the car was no longer merely uncomfortable, it was oppressive, a tangible entity pressing down on me, suffocating. The hitchhiker remained motionless, an unnerving statue draped in a sodden cloak. I strained to see beyond the dark fabric, to pierce the impenetrable veil of the hood, but the darkness was absolute. Even the faintest glimmer of moonlight refused to penetrate the dense canopy overhead. My hands, slick with sweat, tightened around the steering wheel. The smell in the car had changed. It was no longer just the damp earth and decaying leaves. A metallic tang, sharp and acrid, had joined the mix, a scent that spoke of blood and decay, a chilling testament to the proximity of something ancient and sinister. I tried to speak, to break the suffocating silence, but my voice caught in my throat, a strangled whisper lost in the relentless drumming of the rain. The only sounds were the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the terrifying nearness of the unseen passenger. The darkness seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if breathing, as if the very air around us were alive with malevolent energy. My thoughts raced, a chaotic jumble of fear and morbid curiosity. Who was this hitchhiker? What was their destination? And why did Blackwood feel so wrong? The name itself, even now echoing in the stifling confines of the car, felt ominous, as though it were a word cursed to carry with it the weight of centuries of darkness. A sudden movement caught my attention. A faint scraping sound, almost imperceptible against the backdrop of the rain, emanated from the passenger seat. I risked a glance, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could make out nothing in the impenetrable darkness, but the sound was definite. It felt like something was shifting, moving, within the dark folds of the cloak. The tension in the car was unbearable. Each second felt like an eternity, each passing moment stretching the already taut threads of my nerves to their breaking point. The rain intensified, hammering against the roof of the car like a relentless onslaught, a percussive accompaniment to my rising panic. Then, another sound. This time it was clearer, a soft, almost inaudible sigh, a breath that sent a fresh wave of icy dread washing over me. The air within the car felt heavy, charged with an unnatural energy, as if something ancient and malevolent had awakened within the confines of the vehicle. My thoughts swung wildly between desperate hope and abject terror. I was lost, alone, in the heart of a nowhere place, with a spectral passenger whose intentions were terrifyingly unclear. The fear was no longer a whisper, it was a roaring torrent that threatened to overwhelm me. The road worsened, becoming a treacherous ribbon of mud and potholes that tested the car's suspension. The skeletal branches of the trees clawed at the windows, their shadows like the distorted limbs of specters. The forest seemed to close in around us, the darkness swallowing the faint light of the instrument's panel. The hitchhiker stirred again. This time, there was a sense of anticipation, a foreboding that prickled my skin. A strange luminescence emanated from within the folds of their cloak, a spectral light that cast long, dancing shadows on the interior of the car, making the already unsettling situation even more surreal. It wasn't a warmth, it was a cold, unnatural glow, a perverse mockery of comfort. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles bone white, my body rigid with a combination of terror and morbid fascination. I dared not to look at my passenger. The image seared itself into my subconscious, a chilling presence that even closed eyelids failed to banish. My senses, heightened by fear, picked up subtle changes in the atmosphere, the faintest shift in the air, the almost imperceptible change in the weight of the vehicle. It felt as though the car itself was alive, reacting to the presence beside me. Then, the car lurched violently, throwing me against the seatbelt. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died, plunging us into total darkness. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the relentless drumming of the rain and the sharp, rhythmic tapping of something, or someone, against the side of the car. It was a sound both chilling and rhythmic, an unrelenting percussion against the already tense atmosphere. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic drum against the silence. My hands trembled as I fumbled for the flashlight, my fingers clumsy and useless in the enveloping darkness. When I finally found it, its beam of light was too feeble to cut through the thickness of the night. I was surrounded by darkness, a suffocating blanket that held me captive, and the only sound was that infernal tapping against the car. The tapping stopped abruptly. A cold breath brushed my ear, close and chilling. I froze, my blood turning to ice in my veins. I knew, without a doubt, that I was not alone. I had journeyed too far, gotten too lost in the quest for the unknown. Now, the unknown had enveloped me, the unknown that I, a seasoned traveler of strange, exotic, and eerie places, had failed to anticipate. The eerie passenger had successfully brought me to Blackwood, and it seemed it wasn't just a town but an experience. The air thrummed with a sinister energy, thick and palpable. It was the presence of something ancient, something powerful, something profoundly malevolent. I felt a pull, a strange gravitational force tugging me towards the darkness, towards something beyond comprehension. The forest, shrouded in the impenetrable night, seemed to beckon, its hidden depths holding the answers, or perhaps, only more questions, more horrors. The vanishing hitchhiker had delivered me to Blackwood, but I was yet to see if there was any hope of leaving. The feeling that I was trapped, in the car and in the forest, settled deep within my bones. The journey, it appeared, had just begun, and this time, the destination was a one-way ticket to terror. The flashlight beam, weak and wavering, cut a pathetic swathe through the inky blackness. The rain continued its relentless assault, each drop a tiny hammer blow against the roof of the car. The silence, however, was the most terrifying aspect of all. It was a silence pregnant with dread, a void filled with unseen things, with the weight of unspoken horrors. Then, a low growl, guttural and deep, resonated through the car, vibrating through the floorboards and into my very bones. It wasn't the growl of a dog, or any animal I had ever encountered. It was something older, something primal, something that echoed the dark heart of the forest itself. My breath hitched in my throat, a strangled gasp lost in the surrounding darkness. I fumbled for the car door handle, my fingers numb with a terror that went beyond simple fear. It was a primal dread, a sense of impending doom that chilled me to the bone. As I struggled with the stubborn lock, a shadow detached itself from the surrounding darkness, a shape that shifted and writhed, defying definition. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, an impossible grace that only something from a nightmare could possess. The shadow stretched and elongated, its edges blurring into the surrounding gloom, a creature of the night itself, born of the shadows and the rain. It seemed to be drawn to the light of my flashlight, yet recoiling from its harsh glare as if repelled by the intrusion of artificial brightness into its dark domain. The growl intensified, a menacing rumble that spoke of a hunger beyond simple physical appetite. It felt like a hunger for fear, for despair, for the very essence of my soul. Suddenly, a cold wind whipped through the car, despite the closed windows, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something else, something indescribably foul, a stench that spoke of death and decay, of things long buried and forgotten. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. This wasn't just the forest, this was something far more sinister, something ancient and malevolent. A whisper, barely audible above the drumming rain, slithered into my ears. It was a wordless sound, a sibilant hiss that spoke volumes without uttering a single syllable. It was a sound that burrowed into my mind, penetrating the very fabric of my being, chilling me to my core. It was the voice of the forest, or perhaps something far older that dwelled within it. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. My breath came in ragged gasps, my heart hammering against my ribs like a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I had to escape. I had to get out of this cursed place, this blackwood that seemed to suck the very life from me. But the car doors remained stubbornly locked, as if held fast by some unseen force. I pulled and tugged, struggling against the strange resistance, yet the doors wouldn't budge. A low chuckle, icy and cruel, echoed from the shadows, a sound that sent fresh waves of icy terror washing over me. I turned the flashlight's beam towards the rear of the car, and that's when I saw it. A shape pressed against the rear window. It was impossible to make out specific details, yet the shadow was indisputably humanoid in form. Its outline was distorted, stretched, and contorted in a manner suggesting an impossible fluidity. The shape seemed to pulse with a cold luminescence, not the glow of phosphorescent decay, but something else, something unnatural, like the light of a dying star. The shape moved, a slow, deliberate shift. A cold dread washed over me. It wasn't the fear of an animal, nor that of an ordinary human attacker. This was something ancient, something that predated humanity, something that resided within the very heart of darkness itself. It was the stuff of nightmares, the personification of fear itself. The car's interior temperature began to plummet, despite the warm engine still radiating some heat. The cold was bone deep, piercing, an unnatural chill that went beyond simple weather conditions. It was the cold of the grave, the cold of oblivion, a coldness that seeped into my soul and threatened to freeze it solid. I turned the flashlight back to the front, hoping to find some way to unlock the door. I tried the emergency handle, jamming my fingers against the stubborn mechanism. Nothing worked. The door seemed to be welded shut by an invisible, yet supremely powerful force. The only other sound was the low, menacing growl, echoing in the confined space, seeming to intensify with each failed attempt. A cold breeze, carrying a chilling scent of wet leaves and something akin to copper, filtered through the car despite the windows being closed. It felt like the breath of the unseen entity, a chilling caress from the shadowy realm that had embraced us. I could feel the car tremble slightly, as if something immense and heavy was pressing against the car's frame, trying to force its way in. The shadows danced around me, alive with a malevolent energy that pulsed through the interior of the car. My breath caught in my throat, my heart a frantic drum against the cold silence. I was trapped, a prisoner in my own car, surrounded by darkness and malevolent entities, somewhere deep in the heart of nowhere, amidst a landscape that seemed to revel in our terror. A low moan, almost imperceptible, pierced the night. It resonated through the forest, carrying an unending sense of sorrow and despair, a sound that echoed the centuries of dark secrets buried within the blackwood soil. It felt as if the very trees themselves were lamenting, or perhaps it was something far older than the forest, something that predated even the trees. The landscape itself seemed to exude horror, its beauty a deceptive veil for the sinister truth that lay just beneath the surface. Then, the tapping restarted. This time, it wasn't against the side of the car, but against the windows. A rhythmic tapping, relentless and maddening, a percussion that reverberated through the car's frame. Each tap was like a hammer blow against my nerves, driving me deeper into a spiral of escalating dread. The tapping was coming from all sides simultaneously, as if the woods itself were trying to reach inside and drag me into its depths. The sense of being watched intensified. I felt eyes on me, multiple pairs of eyes piercing the darkness, studying me, assessing me. They were not human eyes, not animal eyes, but something far older, something that saw into my soul, into my very essence. The air grew heavy, thick with an unnatural energy. I could feel the darkness pressing in on me, closing in, suffocating me. It felt as though the car itself was being swallowed by the forest, dragged down into the earth by the relentless weight of the surrounding darkness. It was more than just fear. This was a profound sense of hopelessness, a certainty of my impending doom. The vanishing hitchhiker had not just brought me to Blackwood, he delivered me to the very gates of hell. And here, in the inky blackness, surrounded by the unseen, in the heart of the ancient wood, the journey to my own demise had finally begun. The rain intensified, its drumming a relentless, rhythmic accompaniment to the symphony of terror that now surrounded me. The tapping intensified, a frantic rhythm against the glass, a frantic drumming that mirrored the frantic beat of my own heart. It wasn't just tapping anymore, it was pounding, a relentless assault that threatened to shatter the glass and unleash whatever lurked beyond. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing the nightmare to end, but the pounding continued, relentless and maddening. Then, a voice, raspy and weak, whispered from the darkness. It was barely audible above the drumming rain and the pounding on the glass, but it cut through the fear, a sliver of sanity in the encroaching madness. "Help me." The voice was barely a breath, a whisper lost in the storm, yet it resonated with a profound sense of desperation, a plea for salvation from the very depths of despair. It was a voice that spoke of untold suffering, of unimaginable horror. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the source, searching for a glimmer of hope in the oppressive darkness. The pounding stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise, a void filled with an unnerving stillness, the prelude to something far worse. I slowly opened my eyes, my gaze sweeping across the interior of the car, searching for any sign of the speaker, but the darkness remained impenetrable, a void that seemed to swallow all light. Then, a flicker. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from the rearview mirror, a ghostly luminescence that seemed to pulse with a faint, rhythmic beat. I stared, mesmerized, as the glow intensified, revealing a distorted reflection, a fragmented image that shifted and writhed, refusing to coalesce into a recognizable form. The reflection seemed to reach out, a spectral hand stretching towards me through the mirror, its fingers long and skeletal, tipped with claws that glinted with an unnatural light. A wave of nausea washed over me, the cold dread intensified, pressing down on me like a physical weight. This wasn't a simple reflection, this was something else entirely, something that existed beyond the boundaries of reality. Suddenly, the image in the mirror solidified, coalescing into the form of a young woman, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide with terror. Her hair, matted and bloodstained, clung to her face, obscuring her features. Yet, even through the grime and fear, a glimmer of familiarity shone through. It was the hitchhiker. The hitchhiker, no longer the amiable young woman who'd flagged me down on that rain-swept road, but a spectral vision, a tormented soul trapped in some nightmarish limbo. She was alive, yet not alive, her ethereal form wavering, as if caught between two worlds. It wasn't an accident, she whispered, her voice barely audible above the drumming rain, yet somehow, the words resonated with terrifying clarity. They did this to me. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken horror, a chilling testament to the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of this seemingly idyllic, yet inherently sinister, landscape. Who were they? The questions formed in my mind, a cold knot of dread tightening in my chest. The answer, I feared, was far more terrifying than anything I could have imagined. The hitchhiker's reflection continued to waver, its form shifting and contorting, as if struggling against some unseen force. Her spectral eyes met mine, a silent plea for help etched in their haunted depths. She tried to speak again, but only a ragged gasp escaped her lips, a sound that spoke of pain and despair beyond comprehension. Then, the image in the mirror began to fade, its ethereal glow dimming, its spectral form dissolving into the darkness. The reflection flickered, dimmed, and was gone. The chilling silence that followed was almost deafening, a void that hung heavy with unspoken horrors. The only sound was the relentless drumming of the rain, a morbid soundtrack to my deepening despair. A terrifying realization dawned on me. The hitchhiker hadn't just been a victim, she was a conduit, a beacon leading me to this nightmarish place. Blackwood wasn't simply a cursed forest, it was a nexus, a point of convergence for unspeakable horrors, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where the boundaries of reality dissolved. And I was trapped in the heart of it. The realization struck me with the force of a physical blow. I was not merely a witness to the hitchhiker's plight, I was now a participant in her nightmare, inextricably bound to the unfolding horror. The seemingly innocuous act of giving a hitchhiker a ride had plunged me into a maelstrom of terror, a descent into the heart of darkness that threatened to consume me entirely. The car shuddered, the headlights flickered, and the engine sputtered, threatening to die. Panic welled up within me, a suffocating wave of dread. I tried the ignition, but the engine refused to turn over, trapped in a silent battle against some unseen force. I was completely stranded, utterly alone, in the heart of this cursed wilderness, with the full weight of Blackwood's malevolence bearing down on me. My flashlight's beam trembled in my shaking hand, casting long, dancing shadows on the interior of the car. The shadows themselves seemed to writhe and twist, taking on grotesque, menacing forms, their movement mocking my desperate struggle against the encroaching darkness. The air grew heavy, oppressive, filled with the scent of damp earth and something else, something indescribably foul, a stench that clung to the back of my throat, choking me. A low growl echoed from the forest, a guttural sound that vibrated through the floorboards, resonating within my very bones. It wasn't the growl of an animal, it was something older, something more sinister, something that spoke of a hunger far beyond the simple need for sustenance. It was the growl of a predator, patiently waiting, sensing my fear, savoring my terror. The temperature inside the car plummeted further, the chill seeping into my very being, freezing my blood, numbing my senses. This was not the chill of a cold night, it was the cold of death itself, a cold that emanated from some dark abyss, from some place beyond the realm of the living. Suddenly, a shape materialized at the edge of my headlight's beam. It was vaguely humanoid, but distorted, contorted, its features obscured by shadows and darkness. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, a grace that defied the laws of physics, a spectral dancer in the heart of the night. This wasn't a hitchhiker. This was something far older, something far more sinister. This was the true horror of Blackwood, the entity that had claimed the hitchhiker, and now, it seemed, it was coming for me. The entity moved closer, its form shifting and changing, its eyes, or whatever passed for eyes, burning with malevolent intent. Its presence filled the car, radiating an aura of dread that threatened to overwhelm me, to shatter my sanity. Its voice, a low, guttural whisper, echoed in my ears. "You came seeking answers," it hissed. "Now, you will find them." The words chilled me to the core. The hitchhiker's death had not been an accident. It had been a ritual, a sacrifice. And I, unwittingly, had stumbled upon the darkest secrets of Blackwood, the secrets that had been buried for centuries, now unleashed upon the unsuspecting world. The entity moved closer, its spectral form blotting out the last vestiges of light. My time was running out. The gates of hell had opened, and I was about to step through. The journey to my demise, begun with a seemingly innocent act of kindness, had reached its horrifying climax. The final chapter was about to begin. The entity's words hung in the air, a chilling testament to the horrifying reality of my situation. The hitchhiker's disappearance wasn't a simple vanishing. It was a carefully orchestrated event, a ritual sacrifice orchestrated by forces far older and more sinister than I could have ever imagined. The innocent act of offering a ride had become a gateway to unimaginable horrors. The weight of Blackwood's malevolence pressed down on me, suffocating, relentless. The creature advanced, its form shifting and swirling, a grotesque parody of humanity. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, burned with an infernal light, reflecting the flickering flames of the dying embers of my hope. Fear, raw and primal, clawed at my throat, constricting my breath, silencing my screams before they could escape my lips. I was paralyzed, trapped in a silent battle of wills against a force that transcended human comprehension. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the creature vanished. The air cleared, the oppressive weight lifted, leaving behind a silence so profound it was almost deafening. The only sound was the rhythmic drumming of the rain, a monotonous soundtrack to my mounting terror. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat echoing the relentless rhythm of the storm. I was alone, completely alone, in the heart of Blackwood, the cursed forest that had claimed the hitchhiker and now threatened to claim me. I fumbled for the car door handle, my hands trembling so violently I almost dropped the flashlight. The engine remained stubbornly dead, a silent testament to the supernatural forces at play. I had to escape, had to get out of Blackwood before whatever darkness lurked in its depths claimed me as its next victim. The forest loomed before me, a labyrinth of shadows and whispering trees, its darkness alive with unseen terrors. Each step I took was fraught with the agonizing awareness of my vulnerability, the chilling knowledge that I was utterly alone, at the mercy of forces beyond my control. The rain continued to fall, a constant, chilling reminder of the night's events. I stumbled through the undergrowth, the branches scratching against my skin, the thorns tearing at my clothes. The darkness seemed to press in on me, a suffocating blanket of dread. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent shivers down my spine, amplifying the gnawing fear that something was watching me, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The memory of the hitchhiker's spectral face flashed before my eyes, her wide, terrified eyes, her blood-stained hair, her silent plea for help. She had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a lingering sense of dread and a chilling question: what had happened to her? I pressed on, driven by a desperate need to escape, to reach the safety of civilization. But Blackwood seemed to stretch on endlessly, a nightmarish maze with no clear path to escape. The forest seemed to breathe around me, its unseen inhabitants lurking in the shadows, watching my every move. Hours passed, each one a brutal test of endurance, a grueling struggle against the oppressive weight of fear. I lost all sense of time and direction, wandering blindly through the labyrinthine forest, my body exhausted, my mind reeling. The rain continued to fall, soaking my clothes, chilling me to the bone, yet the cold of the forest was far more profound, a cold that seeped into my very being, a cold that spoke of death. Then, in the distance, a faint light. A flicker of hope ignited within my weary soul. I stumbled towards it, my legs heavy, my body screaming in protest, but the light, faint though it was, provided a beacon in the oppressive darkness. As I drew closer, the light grew stronger, revealing a small cottage, nestled deep within the heart of the forest. Cautiously, I approached the cottage, my hand resting on the rusty handle of my trusty knife, prepared to defend myself against whatever horrors awaited me. The light emanated from a single window, casting a pale glow upon the surrounding trees, offering a stark contrast to the impenetrable darkness of the surrounding forest. As I neared the cottage, I noticed a faint scent, a familiar aroma, something sweet, something oddly comforting. It seemed at odds with the oppressive stench of the forest, the lingering smell of decay and something indescribably foul that had haunted me since my encounter with the hitchhiker. Hesitantly, I knocked on the door, the sound echoing in the stillness of the night. There was no response. I knocked again, louder this time, my heart pounding in my chest. Still, there was no answer. Reluctantly, I pushed against the door. It creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior. The cottage was small, sparsely furnished, but immaculately clean. A fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. The aroma of baking bread filled the air, a comforting scent that seemed strangely out of place in this desolate, eerie setting. A sense of unease remained, a lingering premonition that something was not quite right, but it was overshadowed by a deep-seated relief, an overwhelming sense of gratitude for finding shelter from the storm. I stepped inside, letting the door close gently behind me. The warmth of the fire was a welcome relief, but the silence in the cottage was unnerving, strangely devoid of any human presence. Yet, the aroma of fresh bread lingered, a comforting reminder of a human touch, a testament to life and hospitality amidst the darkness. As I stood there, attempting to reconcile the comfort of the cottage with the horrifying events of the night, the bread's sweet aroma intensified, evolving into an almost cloying sweetness that began to feel slightly nauseating. My senses sharpened, my awareness heightened. Something was not right. The silence was too perfect, too pervasive. A chill, more profound than the damp chill of the forest, suddenly descended upon me, accompanied by a feeling of dread that transcended anything I had experienced during my nightmarish journey through Blackwood. A primal fear, older than time, grabbed hold of me, turning my blood to ice. The bread's cloying sweetness now felt menacing, the warmth of the fireplace cold and suffocating. The cozy cottage had become a cage, the scent of fresh bread, a subtle form of imprisonment. And that's when I noticed it, a faint scratching sound coming from inside the walls. The comforting crackle of the fire was now masked by a sinister, rhythmic tapping that seemed to mimic the frenzied beating of my own heart. The idyllic refuge had become a chamber of horrors, a perfect illusion masking an unspeakable truth. The scratching intensified. The silence of the cottage fractured, replaced by a cacophony of unsettling sounds, whispers, shuffling, and the sickening scrape of something dragging along the floorboards. I looked around, trying to locate the source of the noise, but the cottage remained strangely empty, the shadows dancing in the flickering firelight, their grotesque forms mocking my terror. The scratching stopped, the silence descending once more, deeper and heavier than before. And as the silence fell, the bread's cloying sweetness was replaced by a new scent, the metallic tang of blood. A chilling realization dawned on me. I wasn't alone in the cottage. And whatever shared its space with me wasn't interested in hospitality. The final chapter, it seemed, was far from over. The vanishing hitchhiker's tale was only just beginning. The true horror of Blackwood remained, concealed in the shadows, waiting to be revealed. My escape, it seemed, was an illusion. My journey into the heart of darkness continued. The ending remained unwritten, an open, terrifying invitation into the abyss. Story 6, The Ghost Train. The rusted hinges of the carriage door groaned a mournful protest as I pushed it open, the scent of damp wood and decaying upholstery filling my nostrils. Moonlight, fractured by the grimy windows, painted the interior in shades of gray and black. Dust motes danced in the faint illumination, each one a tiny specter in the ghostly light. The air hung heavy with the smell of mildew and something else, something indefinably ancient and unsettling, like the breath of forgotten tombs. This wasn't just an old train, it was a relic, a skeletal husk left to rot in the stillness of the night. The plush velvet seats were ripped and stained, the once ornate carvings marred by time and neglect. A thick layer of grime coated every surface, whispering tales of forgotten journeys and unseen passengers. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak and groan of the aging structure, a symphony of decay orchestrated by the passage of time. I ran a hand along the cold, metallic surface of a handrail, feeling the rough texture of rust beneath my fingertips. The metal felt strangely cold, almost unnatural in its chill, a coldness that seeped into my bones, a stark contrast to the humid night air outside. A sense of unease settled upon me, a premonition of something sinister lurking just beyond the veil of darkness. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the tracks grew louder, a constant, hypnotic pulse that resonated deep within my chest. The train lurched forward, its movement jerky and erratic, like a wounded beast struggling to regain its strength. We were moving, hurtling through the darkness, the destination unknown, the purpose unclear. The journey had begun, and with each passing moment, the oppressive sense of dread deepened. Outside, the landscape rushed by, a blur of dark shapes and fleeting shadows. Occasionally, the moonlight would illuminate a brief glimpse of the surrounding terrain, skeletal trees, twisted and gnarled, reaching out like grasping claws, desolate fields, shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. The scenery was bleak and unforgiving, a reflection of the unsettling journey I was undertaking. I wandered through the carriages, each one more desolate than the last. In one compartment, I found a half-eaten meal left on a table, a cold, congealed soup, and a few scattered crumbs. The food looked untouched for years, but appeared untouched, an unsettling and unnatural sight. The air hung thick with a strange scent, a mix of decay and something indescribably foul, lingering like a ghost. In another carriage, I stumbled upon a collection of tattered photographs and faded letters, scattered across the floor like fallen leaves. The pictures depicted smiling families and laughing couples, captured in moments of joy and celebration. The stark contrast between the vibrant images and the derelict state of the train was deeply unsettling, a haunting reminder of the transience of life and the inevitability of decay. The letters, mostly love letters, were yellowed and brittle, their ink fading with time. I cautiously picked one up, its paper so fragile it almost disintegrated in my hand. The words were a testament to lost love, a desperate plea for connection across the miles. The letter's concluding paragraph was cut off mid-sentence, ending abruptly with no closure, a silent testament to the train's macabre mystery. As I read, the train shuddered, a violent jolt that sent me tumbling to the floor. The lights flickered, plunging the carriage into temporary darkness before sputtering back to life, casting long, distorted shadows that writhed and danced like phantoms. A chilling scream echoed through the train, followed by a profound silence that was even more unsettling. Fear, raw and primal, gripped me. I bolted upright, my heart pounding in my chest. The air grew colder, the silence heavier, pregnant with an unspoken terror. I pressed my ear against the wall, straining to hear any sound above the rhythmic clatter of the wheels, trying to decipher the source of the scream. But only silence answered. I continued my exploration, driven by a morbid curiosity and a desperate need to understand the eerie nature of this nocturnal journey. The more I delved into the train's dark recesses, the more I felt an oppressive sense of dread, a feeling of being watched, of being observed by unseen eyes. The train seemed alive, breathing around me, its inanimate parts endowed with a sinister sentience. In one of the rear carriages, I found a lone figure huddled in a corner, shrouded in darkness. As I approached, the figure raised its head, revealing a pale, gaunt face framed by matted, greasy hair. Its eyes were sunken and hollow, devoid of light, staring vacantly into the void. The figure didn't speak, didn't move, just sat there, a statue of despair in the ghostly light. The figure exuded an unsettling stillness that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. The silence between us was thick with unspoken dread, broken only by the relentless rhythm of the train's journey through the desolate landscape. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable tension that hung heavy in the air. The figure's presence was a chilling manifestation of the train's macabre history, a silent testament to the countless souls who had traversed these rusted tracks, some never to return. Suddenly, the train screeched to a halt, the sudden stop jarring me from my contemplation of the gaunt figure. The eerie silence that followed was broken only by the figure's raspy, death rattle that faded almost immediately as the train lurched back into motion. The landscape outside the windows changed abruptly, shifting from the bleak, desolate fields to a dense, impenetrable forest. The trees pressed in on the train, their branches scraping against the carriages like skeletal fingers reaching for the passengers inside. A sense of unease washed over me, a feeling of entering a realm beyond the veil of reality. The air grew colder, thicker, as if the very essence of the forest was trying to penetrate the train, seeking to claim the passengers within its grasp. The night's journey had taken an ominous turn, a descent into a darkness far more profound than anything I could have ever imagined. The train slowed again, its momentum waning, the rhythm of the wheels fading to a final, desperate groan before falling silent. The complete stillness was broken only by the heavy breathing of the mysterious passenger across from me. The train had stopped at a desolate station, a lonely platform bathed in the sickly glow of a single, flickering gaslight. The station seemed abandoned, devoid of life, yet I felt a presence, a sinister force that emanated from the shadows, watching us, waiting. This was not merely a stopover, it was a point of no return. The ghostly train had reached its final destination, and the journey into the heart of darkness had only just begun. The true horror, it seemed, lay beyond the confines of the train, waiting to be unveiled in the suffocating embrace of the oppressive night. The flickering gaslight cast long, dancing shadows across the deserted platform, highlighting the skeletal branches of the surrounding trees that clawed at the train like grasping, skeletal fingers. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a chilling perfume that clung to the back of my throat. It wasn't the silence that unnerved me, it was the anticipation of sound, the feeling that something was about to break the stillness, something terrible and inescapable. Then, I saw them. At first, they were just flickers at the edge of my vision, ephemeral shapes in the gloom of the train carriage. Then, they solidified, coalescing into forms that defied easy description. They were passengers, undoubtedly, yet not of flesh and blood. They were spectral. Translucent figures, their forms shimmering and wavering like heat rising from asphalt on a summer day. Their features were indistinct, blurred at the edges, yet their presence was undeniably real, heavy in the air like a suffocating humidity. One was seated across from me, a woman draped in a tattered, gray gown. Her face was a mask of sorrow, her eyes vacant pools reflecting the flickering gaslight. She didn't move, didn't breathe, but I felt her presence, a cold weight pressing down on me, as if I were sitting under a glacier. Her hands, translucent and skeletal, rested on her lap, the fingers gnarled and twisted like ancient roots. Another figure, a man in a formal suit, stood silently near the carriage door. His clothes were immaculate, yet faded and ghostly, his body as insubstantial as smoke. He seemed to be observing the deserted platform, his head slightly tilted as if listening for something only he could hear. His gaze held a melancholic understanding, a weary acceptance of his spectral existence. There were others, scattered throughout the carriages, children with wide, empty eyes, a group of soldiers, their uniforms stained with an unidentifiable, dark residue, a lone figure in a hooded cloak, its face obscured by shadow. They weren't frightening in the traditional sense, they weren't menacing or violent. Their terror lay in their stillness, their silence, their utter detachment from the world of the living. They were the ghosts of journeys past, forever bound to this decaying train, trapped in an eternal loop of arrival and departure. Their silence was oppressive, a vast, echoing emptiness that filled the carriage. The rhythmic clatter of the train, the wind whistling through the gaps in the windows, these sounds were mere background noise to the overwhelming quietude of the spectral passengers. It was a silence that spoke volumes, a silence that whispered of lost loves, forgotten dreams, and unresolved tragedies. I tried to speak, to break the spell of their silent presence, but my voice caught in my throat. The words wouldn't form, choked by the weight of their spectral presence. The feeling of isolation was overwhelming, the chasm between the living and the dead suddenly vast and impossible to bridge. I was surrounded by the ghosts of travelers, their ethereal forms a constant, chilling reminder of mortality. One of the spectral children, a girl with long, dark hair, reached out a hand towards me. Her touch was cold, ethereal, yet undeniably real. Her fingers brushed against mine, sending a shiver down my spine. Her eyes, vacant and empty, held a strange kind of peace, a resignation that was both haunting and strangely comforting. She was not trying to harm me, she was merely reaching out, seeking a connection, a fleeting moment of recognition in the midst of her spectral existence. A low, mournful wail echoed through the carriages, a sound that seemed to emanate from the spectral passengers themselves, a collective sigh of lost souls. The wail was not of pain or anger, but of profound sadness, a melancholic lament for lives lived and lost. It resonated deep within my bones, stirring a primal fear that transcended simple apprehension. It was the sound of countless stories, untold and untellable, weaving themselves into the fabric of this nightmarish journey. The train lurched forward, breaking the spell momentarily. The spectral passengers didn't react. They remained frozen in their silent vigil, their ethereal forms shimmering faintly in the dim light. The train rattled onward, its journey through the night as relentless and unstoppable as the flow of time itself. The spectral passengers remained, a chilling tableau of forgotten souls forever bound to their ghostly carriage, their silent sorrow a constant companion on this spectral voyage through the realm of the dead. The landscapes outside the windows remained a blur of darkness punctuated by fleeting glimpses of skeletal trees reaching out like gnarled fingers. The journey seemed to have no end, and each fleeting glimpse of a different environment only cemented my fear that this was a journey beyond the realm of the living. As the train continued its journey through the dark, desolate countryside, the spectral passengers seemed to gain in intensity. Their forms grew clearer, their features more defined, as if the very air itself was becoming infused with their spectral essence. Their silence continued to hold a powerful sway over the atmosphere. It was a silence heavy with unspoken sorrow, with the weight of forgotten memories, and with the quiet desperation of souls lost to time. The train passed through a series of ghostly stations, each more deserted and desolate than the last. The platforms were empty, yet I sensed a presence, a lingering aura of despair and lost hope. The spectral passengers seemed to observe the deserted platforms, their forms momentarily intensifying, as if sensing a kindred spirit in the desolation. This was their world, their reality, a desolate landscape reflecting the unending sorrow of their ethereal existence. I found myself increasingly drawn to the spectral passengers, their silent sorrow touching something deep within me. They were not monsters, they were simply lost souls, caught between worlds, trapped in a perpetual state of transit. Their silent suffering was a poignant reminder of the ephemeral nature of life, the inevitable passage of time, and the lasting impact of unresolved emotions. The train continued its journey through the night, carrying its ghostly passengers into the unknown, a spectral procession through the realm of the dead. The spectral passengers were a haunting presence, their ghostly forms a constant reminder of the journey's macabre nature. Their silence was oppressive, their stillness unnerving. But amidst their silent sorrow, I sensed a strange kind of peace, a quiet acceptance of their fate. They were, after all, merely passengers on a journey that had no destination, a journey that would never end. Their ghostly presence was a stark reminder of the fleeting nature of life, the passage of time, and the enduring power of memories, especially those unresolved and burdened with pain. The chilling reminder of my own mortality weighed heavily on my mind. The spectral passengers were more than just a terrifying spectacle. They were a chilling manifestation of the train's dark history, silent witnesses to countless journeys through the night. Their ethereal forms, their haunting silence, and their enigmatic sorrow spoke volumes about the mysteries surrounding this ghostly train and the haunting stories of lost souls forever bound to its decaying carriages. And as I continued on this nocturnal journey through the realm of the dead, I couldn't help but wonder about the fate of this ghostly train and the spectral passengers trapped within its rusted frame, forever bound to their unending journey through the realm of eternity. The night continued its march, and with it, the ghostly train and its silent passengers traveled relentlessly into an uncertain, spectral future. The rhythmic clatter of the train wheels on the tracks, a sound that should have been reassuring, now felt sinister, a relentless percussion accompanying our spectral journey. It was a sound warped by the pervasive silence of the ghost passengers, each clack a hammer blow against the fragile membrane of my sanity. The wind, whistling through gaps in the aging woodwork, added a mournful counterpoint, a keening lament that seemed to mirror the sorrow radiating from the ethereal passengers. But it wasn't just the mechanical sounds that unnerved me. Other sounds, more subtle, more insidious, began to weave themselves into the auditory tapestry of this nightmarish ride. A low, almost imperceptible humming permeated the air, a vibration that seemed to resonate deep within my bones, a resonant frequency that unsettled my very core. It was a sound that was almost too low to hear, yet its presence was undeniable, a constant undercurrent of unease that prickled my skin. Then there were the whispers. At first, I dismissed them as the product of a fatigued imagination, the tricks of a mind strained by the relentless strangeness of my situation. But the whispers grew, gaining in volume and clarity, though never quite coalescing into intelligible words. They were like the rustling of leaves in a desolate graveyard, the sigh of a forgotten wind, the hushed murmurings of unseen entities. They were whispers of sorrow, of regret, of lost hope. They were whispers that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the train itself, from the decaying wood and rusted metal, from the shadows that clung to the corners of the carriages. The whispers were accompanied by other sounds, the faint scratching of fingernails on metal, the soft creak of unseen doors opening and closing, the rhythmic thumping of something unseen against the carriage walls. These sounds were sporadic, unpredictable, and unnerving. They were the sounds of a restless spirit, of an unseen presence moving about the train, making its silent, spectral rounds. Once, I distinctly heard the sound of weeping, a soft, muffled sob that seemed to come from just beyond my line of vision. I strained to see the source, my heart hammering against my ribs, but there was nothing there, only the usual silent vigil of the spectral passengers. The weeping stopped as quickly as it had begun, leaving only the lingering sense of profound sadness, a chilling echo in the suffocating silence. The spectral passengers themselves seemed to generate their own unique sounds. There wasn't a loud, obvious cacophony. Rather, it was a subtle symphony of ethereal noises, the faint rustling of their spectral garments, the almost imperceptible shifting of weight as they seemed to move in some unseen rhythm, a ghostly choreography that only my ears could detect. There was the occasional moan, a low, guttural sound that reverberated through the emptiness of the carriage, a chilling reminder of their eternal imprisonment. These sounds, both mechanical and ethereal, combined to create a truly terrifying soundscape, an auditory landscape of dread and despair. The clatter of the wheels, the mournful wind, the insidious humming, the whispers, the weeping, the scratching, the creaking, the thumping, the rustling, the moans. All these elements intertwined to create a symphony of terror, a sonic assault that chipped away at my composure, slowly eroding my sanity. The darkness outside the train windows seemed to intensify the effect of these haunting sounds. The landscape beyond was a blur of shadows and indistinct shapes, a nightmarish panorama of trees that looked like skeletal claws reaching out to grasp the train, their branches twisting and turning in the wind like spectral arms. The occasional glimpse of a ruined building, a derelict farmhouse, a crumbling graveyard, only served to heighten the sense of foreboding and decay, adding a chilling visual component to the auditory terror. As the train journey continued, the sounds became more frequent, more insistent. The whispers grew louder, more numerous, almost coalescing into a chorus of ghostly voices. The other sounds, the scratching, the creaking, the thumping, all seemed to amplify, creating a chaotic yet oddly rhythmic soundtrack to our descent into the abyss. The sense of unease escalated into a palpable terror. I was surrounded by ghostly passengers, their silent vigil punctuated by a chorus of unsettling sounds. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a potent mixture of fear and sorrow. I felt a desperate need to escape, to break free from this spectral prison, but I was trapped, bound to this infernal machine and its unearthly cargo. The spectral passengers, while seemingly unchanging in their physical forms, seemed to be reacting to the escalating soundscape. Their ethereal bodies shimmered with a more intense light, as if the sounds were feeding their spectral energy. Their stillness was still profoundly unsettling, but now it was laced with a new element, a feeling of anticipation, as if they were waiting for something terrible and inevitable. The train rumbled on, its rhythmic clatter a counterpoint to the rising crescendo of eerie sounds, carrying me deeper and deeper into the night, closer and closer to an unknown destination, a journey from which there seemed no escape. The haunting symphony of the ghost train continued, a macabre soundtrack to an eternal journey into the heart of darkness. The darkness itself seemed to be alive, a sentient entity feeding on the sorrow of the spectral passengers and the growing fear within my own heart. Each passing moment brought a fresh wave of terror, a chilling reminder of the relentless, inescapable nature of this nightmarish ride. The sounds themselves were beginning to blur, merging into a single, overwhelming wave of dread that threatened to drown me in its chilling embrace. I felt increasingly helpless, isolated, and alone, a captive passenger on a journey with no end in sight, only an unending symphony of terror. The whispers, the moans, the creaks and groans, it was a chorus of the damned, a haunting serenade to my own impending doom. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels continued, a relentless drumbeat against the backdrop of our spectral journey. But now, something had shifted. The unsettling sounds, the whispers, the moans, were no longer simply a terrifying accompaniment to our ride. They were becoming communicative. It was a subtle change, a shift in the symphony of dread, a subtle alteration in the frequency of the ghostly soundscape that hinted at a deeper, more sinister meaning. A spectral woman, her face obscured by shadows, seemed to lean closer to me, her ethereal form flickering in the dim light of the carriage. I flinched, but she didn't touch me. Instead, the whispers intensified, coalescing into fragments of words, snatches of sentences, forming a kind of broken, ghostly narrative. They spoke of betrayal, of lost loves, of terrible accidents, of lives cut short, swallowed by the unforgiving darkness that clung to this cursed train. Another passenger, a gaunt figure in tattered clothes, his eyes hollow sockets of despair, seemed to respond. His moan, usually a low guttural sound, evolved into a distorted wail, a keening cry that resonated with a palpable grief. It was as if the sounds were weaving a story, a macabre tapestry woven from the threads of their suffering. As the train lurched around a bend, a clearer image flickered before my eyes. It was a fleeting glimpse, a fragment of a memory superimposed over the present, a brightly lit train carriage, laughter and chatter echoing through the space, happy faces illuminated by the warm glow of lamps. But this idyllic scene quickly dissolved, replaced by an image of chaos, of screaming passengers, of a terrifying collision, metal twisting and groaning under the force of impact. The image vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving only a chilling residue of fear and sorrow. The ghostly passengers, their ethereal forms seeming to shimmer with increasing intensity, became more active. They were no longer simply silent observers, they were participants in this unfolding narrative, their movements subtly choreographed to the eerie symphony of sounds. They seemed to be enacting their past, their ghostly dance a chilling representation of the tragic events that had led to their eternal imprisonment on this spectral conveyance. One by one, fragments of their stories emerged from the ghostly soundscape. Whispers spoke of a mining disaster, of a cholera epidemic, of a war that consumed them all. Each story was a chilling testament to human suffering, a testament to the cruelties of fate and the capriciousness of destiny. The train itself seemed to be a vessel for their collective grief, an echoing chamber where their sorrow reverberated through time. The moans and whispers intensified, weaving a narrative of betrayal and vengeance. I heard whispers of a hidden treasure, a fortune lost and sought, a secret that lay at the heart of the train's dark history. The fragmented stories began to coalesce, revealing a conspiracy of greed and treachery, a tale of greed and corruption that had ultimately led to the tragic destruction of the train and the eternal damnation of its passengers. The train's rhythmic clatter seemed to pulse in time with the escalating narrative, the relentless rhythm echoing the relentless march of fate. The landscape outside, once a blur of shadows, began to resolve itself into something more concrete. We passed through ghost towns, their skeletal remains illuminated by the ethereal light emanating from the ghostly passengers. There were spectral reflections of the train's own tragic past, mirroring the sorrow and despair that hung heavy in the air. The whispers became clearer, more coherent, piecing together a complete narrative. The train, it seemed, was not merely a conveyance. It was a cursed vessel, a spectral prison for the souls who perished in the train crash. Their spirits were forever tethered to the wreckage, their restless souls doomed to relive their final moments, eternally trapped on this nightmarish journey. The treasure they spoke of, a fortune in gold and jewels, was not merely material wealth, it was a metaphor for the lost lives, the shattered dreams, the unfulfilled potential. It was a symbol of the things that had been stolen from them, the life force extinguished on that fateful night. The ghostly passengers' movements became more frantic, their ethereal forms shimmering with a desperate energy. They were acting out their past, reenacting the events of that fateful night. I saw flashes of a fire, of collapsing metal, of terrified faces illuminated by the flames. The sounds reached a crescendo, a cacophony of screams, moans, and the grating crunch of metal on metal. Then, as suddenly as it began, the chaos ceased. The sounds faded, the whispers died away, leaving only the rhythmic clatter of the train wheels and the mournful whistle of the wind. The ghostly passengers stood still, their faces reflecting a profound sorrow, a deep-seated resignation. The air hung heavy with unspoken grief. A single, clear voice, seemingly emanating from the very heart of the train, echoed through the carriages. It was a voice filled with both sorrow and acceptance, a voice that carried centuries of pain. "We are bound to this train," it whispered, "until our stories are finally heard, until our wrongs are righted." The train continued its ghostly journey, its rhythmic clatter a mournful soundtrack to the weight of untold suffering. The past had slowly revealed itself, a terrible truth etched into the very fabric of this spectral conveyance, a cautionary tale of human greed and its devastating consequences. The spectral passengers, their haunting silence punctuated by the occasional sigh or whispered word, remained an enigmatic presence, a reminder that even in death, the consequences of our actions linger, echoing through time. The symphony of terror had shifted. It was now a haunting requiem, a mournful lament for the lost souls trapped on this cursed journey through eternity. And I, an unwitting passenger, was left to ponder the unsettling truth, a truth that would haunt my own waking hours long after the ghostly train had vanished into the darkness. The rhythmic clatter was a chilling lullaby, a testament to a past that refused to be forgotten, its ghostly whispers forever bound to the cursed rails. The silence, finally, was the most disturbing sound of all. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels, once a terrifying soundtrack to our spectral journey, now felt like a relentless, inescapable metronome marking the passage of an eternity. The ghostly passengers, their forms shimmering with an almost palpable sadness, remained motionless, their spectral gazes fixed on some unseen point in the distance. The air hung heavy with an unspoken understanding, a chilling consensus of our shared predicament. We were trapped. This realization didn't arrive as a sudden bolt of lightning. It dawned slowly, insidiously, like the creeping tendrils of a poisonous vine. It began with a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a change in the very fabric of our ghostly reality. The whispers, once fragmented and disjointed, now seemed to carry a note of resignation, a weary acceptance of our eternal fate. The moans, once expressing raw grief, now held a hollow echo, a mournful acceptance of an unending cycle. One of the spectral figures, a young woman in a tattered wedding dress, her face obscured by a veil of shadow, slowly raised her head. Her eyes, though unseen, seemed to pierce the darkness, meeting mine with a chilling intensity. She didn't speak, but a silent communication passed between us, a chilling understanding of our shared imprisonment. It was as if the very air crackled with the weight of our unspoken despair. Time, in its conventional sense, ceased to exist. Days bled into nights, weeks into months, years into centuries. The unchanging landscape outside, a never-ending vista of desolate plains, skeletal trees, and ghostly towns, served as a constant, oppressive reminder of our unending journey. We passed spectral villages, their inhabitants equally spectral, their lives seemingly frozen in the moments before some unseen catastrophe. Each village held a silent story, a frozen tableau of lives interrupted, eternally suspended between life and death. The ghostly passengers, in their silent communion, began to act out scenes from their past. I witnessed a spectral farmer eternally tilling his barren field, his movements eternally repeated, a macabre lute playing out to the unending rhythm of the train's wheels. Another passenger, a young man in military uniform, relived his final moments, endlessly falling from a bombed-out train carriage, the image of his desperate struggle etched into the chilling landscape of our memories. These moments were not mere visions, they were visceral experiences, palpable echoes resonating in our spectral reality. The emotions that had accompanied these final moments, terror, despair, regret, were now our constant companions. The train became a vessel not only for their souls, but also for their emotions, a chilling repository of unprocessed grief and trauma. Even the physical sensation of being trapped became amplified. Each creak of the train, each rhythmic click of the wheels, felt like a tightening vice, a slow, grinding pressure that worked its way into the very core of our being. Sleep offered no escape, only a succession of nightmares reflecting the collective agony of our spectral companions. Our dreams were intertwined, a horrifying tapestry woven from our shared anguish. The relentless repetition of the journey itself, the never-ending parade of spectral towns and desolate landscapes, was designed to break us. It was psychological torture of the highest order, slowly eroding our sanity, pushing us to the brink of despair. Even the ability to hope was slowly fading, replaced by a numb acceptance of our unending plight. We became ghosts within a ghost train, spectral echoes within a spectral realm. And yet, amidst this unending despair, a flicker of something else emerged. A subtle change, barely perceptible at first, began to affect the ghostly passengers. The movements of some passengers, particularly the young woman in the wedding dress, began to include more subtle details. It was as if they were deliberately altering their narratives, adding nuances, inflections, subtle alterations to their eternal tableau. Could it be? Could it be that, despite our imprisonment, we were still in control in some small way? The thought, fragile as a butterfly's wing, offered a flicker of hope, a tiny beacon in the overwhelming darkness. The repetition, once the very essence of our torment, might be the key to our escape, a slowly unraveling code we were subconsciously rewriting. The collective consciousness of the train's ghostly inhabitants seemed to shift. The despair was not absolute. There was a growing undercurrent of purpose, of defiance. The stories they were enacting started subtly changing, reflecting a new perspective, an emerging agency. The young man in the military uniform no longer merely fell, he struggled against the fall, his spectral face showing something akin to resilience. The farmer started to improve his crops, adding a layer of meaning to his endless toil. The subtle changes became more pronounced. The ghosts seemed less passive, less resigned. Their movements were less repetitive, more purposeful. A spectral child, previously lost in an endless game of hide-and-seek, began to actively search for something, her eyes reflecting a hint of determination. The rhythmic clatter of the train, once a symbol of our imprisonment, began to feel different, carrying a faint undertone of hope. The air grew less heavy, the weight of despair slightly lifting. It was as if the very structure of our spectral reality was shifting, adapting to our evolving consciousness. The final destination remained unknown, the eternal ride still stretching endlessly before us. But the journey itself had transformed. It was no longer merely a cycle of suffering but an evolving narrative, shaped by the will of those eternally bound to the rails. The nature of our imprisonment remained ambiguous, but the possibility of change, of escape, of an eventual release remained. The ending remains uncertain, leaving the reader to question whether their spectral freedom is a possibility or just another iteration of their eternal ride. The ghostly train, a symbol of eternal suffering, might yet become a symbol of unexpected resilience, of hope found in the most desolate of landscapes, a testament to the enduring spirit of even the most tormented souls. The journey continues, the mystery remains, and the ultimate fate of these spectral travelers remains shrouded in the shadowy mists of eternity.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?